morning, everyone. We'll get started in just one moment. All right, good morning. My name is Chairman Marissa Gillette, and I'm joined today by Vice Chairman David Arconti and Commissioner Michael Karen. I want to welcome everyone to our technical meeting for docket number 240807, where we're focused on the Innovative Energy Solutions Program Cycle 3. The theme of Cycle 3 is Smart Energy Communities. The purpose of today's technical meeting is to receive presentations from some of our applicants, as well as to have an opportunity for Pure staff to ask questions on the presentations, time permitting. Before we move into the presentations, I'd like to make a couple of quick housekeeping notes. The authority requires docket participants to submit all filings. So that includes motions, correspondence, reports, presentations. All of those documents and filings have to be submitted into Pure's online web filing system. If you have any questions about using the system, there's a web page on Pure's website entitled Make an Electronic Filing. There should be instructions on that page. In order to use the web filing system, individuals must first create an account with a password through the authority's website. For the purpose of Pure's records, we transcribe all of our proceedings. We're joined this morning by a court reporter, and we are live streaming as well. To preserve the robustness of our record, we ask that you please identify yourself by name and affiliation when it's your turn to speak. Please refrain from using Zoom's chat function to ask questions unless your question is very technical in nature, letting us know that you can't hear someone. The chat function is not part of our official record. It's not transcribed, so we discourage its use. Otherwise, if you would like to be recognized at any time, we ask that you locate the raise hand function at the bottom of the screen. For organizational purposes, we will hear stakeholder presentations in the order published on the agenda. Please ensure your presentation stays within the allotted time, including time for questions from Pure staff. Before we adjourn today, we will return to go through next steps for the docket. Our first presenter today is Stepwise, and I'm going to invite those co-presenters from Stepwise to the virtual stage. If each presentation team could please let us know if you intend to run your slides or if you would like Pure's case coordinator to do so, that will help us get going here. So again, welcome to the virtual stage, our team from Stepwise.
Hello, yes, my name is Jane Chen from Stepwise. I'm happy to share my own screen if that works. Okay, and just to confirm, I believe I have 10 minutes, is that right?
Yes, and then we'll have time for a few questions from Pure staff.
Sounds good. So I'll give a quick overview of our technology and what we're looking to do within Connecticut. So again, my name is Jane Chen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Stepwise. What we're trying to do is help more people access electrification technologies, starting with EV charging. And we have a combination of a hardware and software offering that I like to just tell people to think as a dimmer switch, like a smart automated dimmer switch for your EV charger. And there's some major benefits of something like this. Now, one of the big challenges when it comes to adopting new electrification technologies, such as EV chargers, is that we deal with older homes with limited panels that often can't accommodate those appliances right off the bat. Across the country, that's 48 million homes, about 20% of the population just impacted by EVs. And what this actually translates into is that the homeowner has to first incur $5,000 or more of electric panel upgrade costs before they can even think about putting in something like an EV charger. What Stepwise has done is, I mentioned, we have a behind-the-meter hardware software offering. And think of this device, again, as this automated smart dimmer switch. And what that means is it sits in between your electric panel and the appliance, the EV charger. And what the device is doing is monitoring the energy usage of your home and then making sure that your charger is balanced intelligently within the limits. So in other words, instead of having to upgrade and incur all of this expensive costs, what the device does is intelligently managing the existing capacity of the panel. So it helps to unlock capacity that isn't used, as well as to help enroll people into the likes of managed charging through IoT and Wi-Fi capabilities. The technical approach here, very quickly, is that we really have this dual approach of hardware and software. And the important thing here is hardware allows us to be safety first. For electrical inspectors, for installers, they're always comfortable with a safeguard physical thing that can always turn things off if you lose connectivity or when the IoT doesn't work. And so we're certified to UL 916. On top of that, the software brain allows us to enhance some of the controls mechanisms and to connect this device to managed charging programs. So that's where we can get fancy, see data, connect to the DERMS platforms. So bottom line is safety function is always first. Smart features are added through this Wi-Fi connectivity. As a value proposition, if we compare ourselves to that panel upgrade, I think in Connecticut, the average is closer to 5K, but across the country, we're seeing, as high as 10K to do that panel upgrade. Really, our value proposition is that we're a fraction of the cost all in. We're very quick to install, and we do not require a separate permit. And so that significantly reduces the delays and reduces the barrier for adoption. And what we're trying to do, or just to visualize it, is if this is your panel, you're adding all of these new loads and things are being turned on, well, your car charger adds a ton of electric draw and it can easily exceed the safe limits. So with the device in between, we can now modulate down the car charger in real time, and now everything stays within safe limits. This is kind of a picture to visualize it. Now, to get into a little bit more about the core product features, not only are we networked, so this is a picture of how it would be installed, we are interoperable across all level 2 chargers. And what's important here is that today, the utilities have also identified that with managed charging, you need to be in a subset of cars or chargers to enroll. Our device becomes an interoperable third option to enroll in managed charging that also opens up access to EVs for more homes. We're manufactured right now in Buffalo, New York, so it's all kind of very accessible within the Northeast. All right, this is just a quick screenshot of what some of the data backend could look like so that we can track energy usage and make sure we have data fidelity as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the pilot because what we see in Connecticut is an opportunity to expand managed charging access. And we would do that through 2 ways, right? One is our device allows more people to get access to EV charging, especially if they live in older homes or homes with limited panel capacity. And secondly, because of the IoT capabilities, we can essentially enroll people more readily into managed charging, regardless of the car or the charger that you already have. So as part of the pilot, we are looking at deploying up to 100 devices across Connecticut, and we would be doing that in conjunction with the 2 IOUs that we will be partnering with. In addition to that, the goal is to validate the channel here, which is not only utilities are seeing the benefit of getting more people enrolled in managed charging, but we're actually working with electricians locally to help spread awareness about the program through the form of rebates to participate in the managed charging program. So we're testing also whether electricians could be the allies in dispersing this technology. One of the goals of running the pilot and to test the data is we want to ensure that the telematics data that we're collecting would be in the right order of kind of accuracy, especially when compared to vehicle telemetry. One of the challenges we've heard is that vehicles themselves might not have the most accurate, up-to-date data, and they're not always willing to share. And so if we can act as an interoperable buffer that collects data that is very accurate, it could really significantly enhance the benefits of managed charging and the value proposition of cost savings for everybody. Fundamentally, right, why are we doing all of this? It's not just so that people can get access to EV charging, but it's to make sure that we're responsible in thinking about when charging happens. We all know that when there are peaks on the grid, that contributes to overall more costs for everybody. And so what we're doing, again, is not just putting more devices and EV chargers out there, but ensuring that we can get the lowest rates for all ratepayers across the state by being responsible around when charging happens. And that can only happen when the utility has some insight as well as ability to influence when that charging happens. So all of that will be obviously compensated to the end user as a participant. So getting to my wrap up, I see a lot of benefits to this very limited pilot and the way that it can spread across the state. Within this 100 devices, we see economic benefit to helping people save money on that initial install, as well as I mentioned the cost of electricity. Right now, there is a market gap, especially with disadvantaged communities, to accessing these types of technologies and paying for upgrades. And so we see a good equity impact to be able to help more people across the state. So with 100 devices deployed, we have the ability to scale that to 250K if this pilot works out. And it would be a 12-month pilot with the goal of showing that electricians can help us get the devices out there, that the rebates are effective in keeping people involved in the program, and that we are an interoperable solution for all cars and charger types. And by doing this, we hope to get closer to the goal that Connecticut has of getting 500,000 EVs on the road by 2030. Thank you so much. That's a bit of a high-level overview. Happy to answer more questions.
Thank you so much. And that was excellent modeling about the use of time. And we have a few minutes for questions from PURA staff. And we're going to start with Tim White on behalf of PURA, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. Your proposal's executive summary mentions, and you touched on this in the presentation as well, it mentions testing the data accuracy by installing 50 taps in homes with existing chargers to compare telematics-based energy data against tap-generated data using the plus or minus 0.5% accuracy current transformers.
Yes.
How would this work?
Yeah, so if you think about the way that the device is installed, right? Again, as a smart dimmer switch, it's installed between the charger and the panel. The way we had proposed or set up this pilot is that the utilities have first advocated to help us identify a subset of individuals. And the way they're thinking about it is if we can first identify people who have chargers, we can then create a little bit of a data comparison between the baseline data coming from the existing chargers and the data that we're then collecting through the taps. So there's really two avenues that we're proposing to getting devices out. First is what the utility wants because we can do the data comparison. And second would be, through electricians or through finding actual customers who are looking for EV chargers.
Okay, so the comparison is against historic data. It's not a real-time comparison of two different. That wasn't totally clear to me. It's a history versus go forward data.
It would be both. It would be both, actually, because once the device is in, you can essentially come up with two different data streams, right, in real time.
Oh, okay.
So the car is, the car or the charger is collecting data, and the taps would also collect data. So that allows us.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Do you fully deploy your 100 taps by September 30th of next year and submit your final report by the end of the year, December 31st, 2026? And if so, in a material sense, is there seasonality to EV charging that you're not capturing that would be important?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think the timeline would depend on when exactly we start the project. So I guess it was written with the assumption that it's really like 3 quarters into whenever we start.
Sure. Would 3 months be adequate from your perspective? I'm not sure if seasonality is a concern, like you said, about demand, but in general, with regard to EV charging, is there a concern with that?
Yeah, so EV charging typically, EV adoption usually goes down around the winter time. So there is definitely seasonality. There's more vehicles on the road when the weather is nice. People want to go outside, essentially. So I think that is something we would want to keep in mind, just depending on when the project starts.
Sure.
I think from our experience and given the fact that, half of the pool is coming from people with existing chargers, the other piece of it will just depend on how long it takes us to set up the marketing language and to deploy that message to individuals in Connecticut. So that's the piece that will, be a little bit up in the air depending on how we set it up with the utility.
Okay. With the 100 deployments, you'll know the cost. How will you measure the benefit to ensure it exceeds the cost? And I guess one of the things I'm wondering baked into that question is what are the benefits? You had mentioned demand before. Are there other benefits that you see?
The two biggest benefits I see are, one, for people who are actually getting an EV charger, they have to upgrade their panel. There's an immediate cost saving, so that's a very easily quantifiable benefit. The other benefit would come more around enrollment in managed charging. I think both EV.Energy and Avangrid have some understanding of what that benchmark value is. And what we can look at is the number of additional households that we bring into the program because of our device as being like a third option to enrolling in managed charging.
Thank you.
No problem.
Your proposal stated that your manufacturing process includes imported parts, but those imported parts are exempt from tariffs for being core electronics components. Is that the proposal was prepared several months ago? Is it still true today? Just if you have any quick thoughts on that.
Yeah, good question. I think definitely there are components that are tariffed, so I would amend that. I mean, things have been changing a ton.
Yeah.
But that being said, there are such small components and such small value adds that it hasn't changed the overall price of our product. So the bulk of our manufacturing is US based, but as you know, there's always going to be some small components that are coming from abroad. Yeah, but we've definitely, we have a handle on that, and that's why we set up our manufacturing partnership within Buffalo.
Thank you. And just to confirm what you had said before, there's no permitting required for your devices?
I want to make a clarification because I do get this question. If you're adding a new appliance, changing the panel, that process in and of itself requires a permit. If you were to just install our device and not change anything else around the panel, then there's no additional permit that's needed. So in other words, if you're adding an EV charger and you put on the tap, you will need a permit for the EV charger, but not for the tap specifically.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That is it for me, Chair. I see we're just about at time as well.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the presentation, Ms. Chen. If we have additional follow-up questions, you would receive them in writing. They'll be labeled as interrogatories, which is a formal discovery request. But thank you so much for appearing here this morning and for addressing the questions we had this morning.
No problem. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. All right, so we're going to move to our second presenter, and is it Aon Grid? Mr. Yin?
Yes. Hello.
Good morning.
Yes. Can I have the screen share, please?
Yes, it should be enabled. If you'd like to share the slides yourself, or if
Okay.
you'd like us to.
Okay, let me do the share myself. I'm sorry, I have a hard time sharing the screen with myself. Could you
Sure.
do it maybe
I will assist you, sir.
okay. Yeah. So hi everybody. We're AI on Grid. We're based in New Haven. We're a technology company with goal of transforming the grid with AI and big data. Next slide, please. Yeah, here's the overview of our team. We have primarily past experiences with utilities, utility services, as well as technologists. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the overview is we have facing a growing challenges of power grid. One of the current we face is primarily is the grid is, I couldn't see, I'm sorry. Here. The grid, the aging grid infrastructure and the lack of maintenance alert, and of course, it's a grid imbalance with flexibility. Next, please. Our solutions is primarily focused on using accumulated experience with data trainings and using AI-powered algorithm to focus on solving some of the issues that we're facing. For example, the real-time detection, trend analysis, forecasting, and optimization. Our products have primarily three functions. We have a load optimization function and virtual power plant management, as well as predictive maintenance with all the assets within whether power generation, transmission, or the end user assets. Next, please. Yeah, so the first one, these are just overview of our product services. We have a seamless operation of real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance. These are based on over 10 years of our services experience with various utilities, power generation services, and end users. The second one is load forecasting, and then the third one is virtual power plant and power management. Next, please. Yeah, some of the cases here is shown in the next few slides. This one is a substation. We have been deployed. This product has been deployed with over 200 substations. It's basically building a digital twin of substations and monitoring the alerts and the with real-time response. Next, please. Yeah, this is a real case that we have deployed in Dubai Water and Power. One of this one is significant of this one is the Dubai Water and Power within their city of utilities have been able to adopt over 60% renewables. Our services were able to improve their efficiencies and generate cost savings in the first phase of over $5 million. Next, please. Yeah, this is just a case of for distributed energy resource management. This is behind the meter. Next, please. Yeah, this one is a microgrid use case. Is connected to a 14 megawatts of PV with 3 megawatts of battery. We have a PV controllable about 4 megawatts. We were able to reduce the operation cost by 8% for the customer. Next, please. Yeah, this one is a application for a data center where the customer deployed a Tesla's Megapack, 16 megawatts. We were able to achieve over 30% of cost savings for the end customers. Next, please. Yeah, this is a case for a virtual power plant. It's for a industrial park. We were able to solve customers' problem in power fluctuations during the generation, as was optimizations. Next, please. Yeah, here's some of the highlights of our competitive advantages. Based on our service experience and then train the data, we have a validated AI algorithm with accumulated failure libraries so that we're able to have a reasonably better predictive results. We have a rich case of knowledge libraries, and part of that also comes with the data security. Next, please. Yeah, here are the three founders of us. My name is Jeremy, actually the first one, and Charlotte is the main co-founder. She's actually, unfortunately, she has a conflict. She was she's online, but unable to present for today. Next, please. So for the IS project, we actually picked as part of the smart energy community theme, we picked a application for microgrid. As some of you may aware, in the state of Connecticut, about half of the states experience outages every year. We've seen from past history data, there's uptick also all the outage, primarily due to either the tailwind of storms or winter storms. There's a lack of a scalable, cost-effective solutions for the end customers. In this solution, we are focused on using our data, AI-driven data, so that we can, which allows to have a deeper penetration in terms of probably deal with a smaller power users or some on the grid edge communities. One of the areas of special implementation for this case is, as you can imagine, if depends on the outage, if one were to build a microgrid to add a resiliency, it's very difficult, challenging to size the circuits in the right way so that to provide certain resiliency to end customer as well as cost effectiveness. One of the proposals that we are trying to resolve this dilemma is by study the past outage histories. And as well as outage patterns and outage recovery patterns. This will give us a knob to allow us to tune the specific case situation so that, for example, we target to take out 80% of outages based on the outage patterns in a particular site or rate edge, so that we can size the circuits in a more cost-effective way. Next, please. Fortunately, this project is in collaboration with the Yukon Eversource Energy Resource Center. And next to the Yukon, there is a school, elementary school, Mansfield Elementary School, is located in the grid edge. Is one of the first net zero schools in the state of Connecticut. We were able to look at their specific situation. They have existing solar, rooftop solar, but has experienced a overly significant number of outages in the past. We plan to implement this scheme for this particular pilot set. Some of the key benefits is listed here as well. The target is to reduce 80% of outages. As well as we can, with this implementation, we can also provide some cost savings to the end customers. Next, please. Next slide, please. Hello?
Yes, there seems to be an issue with the slides. One moment, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably one of the, maybe there's one more slice for this deck. The last one is, maybe can I just talk it over. It's we have communicated with the schools, and the school is on board with this project. They're really delighted. As well as we have updated to the town council meeting with the benefits and the potential cost effectiveness and the benefit to the surrounding communities. And that's part of this result or engagements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think to keep with our agenda, we're going to move to our next presenter, but I think we do probably have a few follow-up questions, which we will put in writing to you and your team, Mr. Yin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we will request that the presenters from Gizmo Power approach the virtual stage. If you could let us know whether you would like to control your slides or if you would like us to.
Yeah, Erica just went to the bathroom. If you could have the next person come before us, that would be really great. She just went.
Sure. Is the Power Networks team available?
Good morning. Yes, we are, but one of our representatives isn't online yet. We didn't think we'd be started this early.
Okay.
As you wish, we can do as you like.
Thank you. Let's just hold for Gizmo Power. Laura, if you want to pull up their slides, and we'll start with Gizmo Power when they when their team is set.
Hello,
Hello, welcome.
thank you. Sorry, I hope you haven't been waiting long. I had to rush off and take care of something. Is that Marissa? Hello.
Hi.
I take it you are in charge of the slides.
We have Miss Lupley in charge of them. If you all would prefer to control them, we're happy to see control. You can pull
No,
them.
actually, I'm completely letting go of all control right now. I'll let go of the control of the slides. I will also let go of control of who makes decisions in here, because what we do is extremely enabling. And I get the feeling that the recommenders who decided on the 3 innovators that they recommend may not have understood the impact of plug-in powerful solar on America. And Connecticut can be a leader in this. So I'd be happy to have you start the slideshow. While they're getting up the slides, my name is Erica Ginsberg Klempt. I'm VP of Operations for Gizmo Power. As I understand, we have about 15 minutes. Francis Pickering of the municipalities of Connecticut sadly just wrote that he is sick for the first time in 5 years and won't be able to also present his utter support for our project, as well as Daphne Dixon of Clean Cities Coalition out of the New Haven area. We are located in sunny Southwest Florida. We also have a doing business as in California, but we are essentially nomads. And where we will be adopted is where we will be to deploy our solar carports, which are designed to sidestep soft costs associated with permanent structures. I still don't see a slideshow.
They're up.
You're actually, excuse me, this is the case coordinator. They are up, so just let me know when you'd like me to switch slides, please.
All right. This is our first slide, correct?
Yes, challenges in Connecticut.
Thank you very much. My CEO made the slideshow and I didn't have much of a chance to look at it, but I know my product already. Thank you. Gizmo Power is here to help solve certain problems we have in Connecticut and the rest of the country associated with residential adoption of distributed behind the meter power. You already know all of these numbers and what you're dealing with your electricity. Next slide. We have patented a portable, powerful plug-in solar carport with removable wheels and alternative ground mount anchors designed to sidestep soft costs associated with permanent structures. Our patent includes the capacity to roll in and out of a garage or another safety space for inclement weather or during the deepest, darkest parts of the winter. That is something you can't do with rooftop solar. It is easier to upgrade, protect, diagnose, maintain than anything on your roof. Next slide. We have 10 of these deployed across the United States, interconnected to the electric grid. The one you see here was our first early enthusiastic adopter out of North Carolina State University. We have grid impact analyses showing that large-scale deployment of portable, powerful plug-in solar can only lower the duck curve and help Americans adopt solar. Next slide. People don't always understand the difference. They ask us who our competition is. Well, we welcome competition. On the upper left-hand side, you can see a permanent carport. They are indeed powerful. They're expensive. They require ground-mounted permits, and they require you to own your dirt and abide by setbacks and other issues. The one you see in the middle, a portable, not powerful, we do have that, and we are aligned with a movement in America called balcony solar, plug-in solar. You've read about it in the New York Times. You've read about it in the Los Angeles Times. It's going to be on NPR this week, and Vermont has just announced their legislation to make it legal to plug in up to 1.2 kilowatts. I need you to understand, we are differentiated from that because we require a 240 volt receptacle on a dedicated circuit with a 40 amp breaker. That makes us actually even more safe than plug-in solar because we avoid any issues with breaker masking. If you don't understand any of that, don't feel bad. This is a new technology. It's a new deployment method. At the bottom, you can see that there's also powerful trailers. They bring those to disaster areas. They're portable and powerful, but they're utterly unaffordable. They're not meant to be grid tied. No person or condo association wants a giant trailer in their parking lot taking up space. Next slide. These are portable and powerful other options out there. Beam for All and Paired Power, I love them both. They're our frenemies. They also go out and they are completely off grid. They're up to $80,000 for 4.5 kilowatts. We're 1/3 of their price. We are affordable for residences. They're more for, you know, high-end commercials who want to virtue signal with a little bit of off-grid EV charging or something like that. We could also go off-grid. That is not our vision. And we are wanting Connecticut to share our vision that generating electricity and feeding back to the grid is not a crime. Next slide. What you see here is the understanding that the Department of Energy back in 2012, even before the previous administration, were already looking for plug and play solutions. They were offering $25 million for somebody who could come up with something that automated utility connections, simplified installations, and reduced costs. Only Gizmo Power has actually come up with a portable, powerful plug-in idea that takes it off the roof and puts it into the hands as an appliance. You can see the appliance at the bottom. We have zoomed into the plug because the plug is a very important part of it. Next slide. This is a bit granular. It's showing our advantage to other generation possibilities, whether it's utility or you're using a fossil fuel generator, et cetera, ground mount solar, rooftop solar. Of course, I'm not saying that the mega is the savior for everything, but it deserves a place on the table. And if Connecticut agrees to spearhead this project, you will be well known for being the one that does this. And it is a matter of time. Our UL listing is, they have promised us over a year ago to come up with the draft. They're all jiggling in their pants. I don't know what else to say, trying to come up with reasons to block. Questions of bidirectional GFCI breakers have been proven to not have any dangerous backfeeding issues. Every single one of our components is 1741 listed. We have nothing but UL listed components. The system itself and the idea of plugging in to generate electricity for a building is new, and it will very likely be the savior of residential solar. Next slide. We do have a commercialization strategy. I don't think that's useful for our discussion right now. Next slide. We brought down the proposal. In case you were concerned about the money, we did ask for 2.5 million. We actually thought Connecticut was going to be interested in having non-millionaires generate their own electricity. We were not recommended by the commission or whoever the powers that be there that made their recommendations. But in case part of their concern was that we were asking for 2.5 million, I think we were worth a 2.5 million, but we are able to reduce the project side to 10 mega canopies across Florida during the next 18 months, starting in December. We already have people who've reached out to us who are very excited and interested in getting the mega into their communities to show that portable, powerful plug-in solar is a safe solution. Next slide. I think you can also already understand what the impact of plug-in solar that is movable is. It is another very important part of our distinct differentiator is when it comes to lending, these are repossessable. In general, you can't really repossess a solar system on somebody's roof that has already pierced the roof of the home itself. The homeowner becomes attached. It affects your insurance. It affects your property taxes. This has a very different effect on that. It also will have a great effect on the workforce. This will bring back the installers. They will no longer be installers. They are deployers. They are deploying these appliances in driveways and parking lots. Next slide. As I mentioned, we already have 10 megas. One is off grid. The rest of them are on grid. We do have two, you can see the bright green, two interconnected with legal permits, one in South Dakota, one in Nevada. The off-grid one, you know, it's easy to have these things go off-grid. You just throw a bunch of batteries at them and now you have a solution for an off-grid. Most people do not live off-grid. That is not our focus. Next slide. All of our sites are available with data in real time on our website. Laura, I'm not sure how much time I have. I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for questions. Let's quickly click through the next slides. Thank you. We have real case study in North Carolina. Like I mentioned, that's our first adopter. They're huge fans. You can call every single person who has adopted the Mega. They all love them. Next. This is our beloved Henry Red Cloud from the Lakota Nation. He is the first to get a interconnection agreement with a utility. I get emotional when I look at this picture because there are people out there that have a hard time paying their electric bills. Portable, powerful plug-in solar gives them a way. And Henry Red Cloud believes in us, and we want Connecticut to believe in us too. Next slide. Livermore, California, of course, these are folks who already have interconnection agreements. They say, come on, bring it on in. We'll plug it in and let's see if I can get dragged away by the solar police for not having a permit. You know, how do you think this started in Germany? We have 4 million plug-in solars there. People said, we're going to plug in and generate solar. And sooner or later, the regulators had to relent. Be a part of the solution, not the problem. Next slide. SLAC wrote a white paper. Lawrence Berkeley National Labs wrote a white paper about the positive effects of plug-in solar on the grid. Next slide. We have one visible at Port Labs in Oakland. We are working with Energy IoT. They are creating portable microgrids for non-millionaires to deport. Okay, next slide. One in Long Beach. Next slide. Next slide. I'd like to just go to questions. Thank you for your time. I'm Erica Ginsberg-Klemt. Our VP of Engineering is on standby and our CEO is taking the day off. We pitched that elevator pitch yesterday in Miami. It went extremely well, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to open with questions from Tim White on behalf of PRS staff.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. Regarding interconnection agreements, some of your project sites have them. Does Connecticut require an interconnection agreement for your product, Mega?
Well, if you want to feed back to the grid, my assumption is you would need an interconnection agreement. If you have somebody that already has an interconnection agreement and they plug it in, they could, for example, in California, lose their NEM 2 status. If you plug it in and you don't have an interconnection agreement, I can't tell you what's going to happen in front of the meter if you export. There is no danger associated with it as far as we are concerned, our product uses nothing but UL listed 1741 automatic anti-islanding, that if the grid goes down, there's no way that we dangerously leak back into the grid. So there is no danger. Your question will be one, I think, for the AHJs.
AHJ. Sorry, I'm following a lot of the acronyms. AHJ, I don't know what that is.
That's surprising. We need to know these acronyms. I'm not a authority having jurisdiction. It's a passive way
okay.
of saying the person who decides what goes on in your driveway.
Gotcha. Okay.
Building
Okay.
department.
The building department, in some cases it's a utility, in some cases it's a municipality or a cooperative. I mean, I'm learning these things too. I didn't mean to sound arrogant. I'm sorry, but AHJs are going to be important when it comes to that other innovative sector for residential adoption.
If I may chime in, that's actually in many.
One moment, introduce yourself.
My name is Achim Ginsberg Klemp. I'm the engineer here. It usually requires the blessing from the building department, the AHJ authority having jurisdiction, and from the utility. And in some cases, it's only the utility, but that's very rare.
I would like to add one really quick thing, Tim, which is that we do require a 240 volt split phase plug on a dedicated circuit with a 40 amp breaker. So that requires a professional electrician. If you do not already have a 240 volt plug available for the Mega to plug into the home, then that's something that needs to be permitted.
On the topic of the 240 volt outlet, how does that work? I mean, so what I'm envisioning, and tell me where I'm wrong on this or explain it. You have the carport, say in the driveway, and you have a 240 volt outlet. Let's say you have a washer and dryer in your home, and it's the equivalent, and that's in the back of your home, and the driveway's in the front. Is it a cord running through your house?
No, you would not want a cord running through the house. Some people have, you know, you mentioned the washer and dryer in the back. Some people have an EV charger already. It's the exact same construction as if you were going to install an EV. How's that? So the question, how am I going to install my EV? Well, if you're installing an EV charger in your home, you can install a Mega. It's the same.
Okay, just to be clear, because we're looking, one of the concerns we have in this docket is the cost benefit. So would it be common for an additional cost, an upgrade to the home power system?
It's absolutely not a big cost value. It is not that expensive to get a 240 volt. And I will have my VP of Engineer chime in.
Yes, we have really a very cool innovation available for that case. There's something called the connector or the Connect DER meter collar. In case you have a home for a moderate income person, you can install underneath the electric meter a collar that basically avoids you to have a panel upgrade for $7,000. And we have already an interconnect agreement with Nebraska Public Power District for that configuration. So if you have really a small home for a very like a mobile home or so with 100 amp, you usually would require an upgrade, and that system basically avoids $7,000, and a moderate income person would be able to have an EV charger and a solar system simultaneously.
What would be the typical cost of that collar, just in your experience?
The latest model is $839. It will come out in 2026, but the ones that are available right now, I think they're like $549 or so.
And what's the installed cost? Again, just a ballpark number.
Well, it's a 15-minute of an electrician. You basically pull out the meter and you put the collar underneath and you put the meter back in.
So it depends on the hourly wage of your electrician.
No. If you have,
is there any permitting required, as far as you know, in Connecticut for something like that?
Definitely. You would need an electric permit, but you need the electric permit for installing an EV charger anyway. It's not an additional cost if you are interested in electric vehicles. Let's just say.
Okay. Back to the interconnection for a moment. If you don't have an interconnection agreement, do your customers benefit from Connecticut RECs?
We have not really tried that out. We are really a startup. We have experience in several states, and Connecticut is not one of them. I believe in the northeast of the United States, they have very favorable SREC regulations, and we are not experts in this, but we can look this up. I believe Massachusetts is the state with the best SRECs.
And our mega is a 6.4 kilowatt solution. So in order to be interested to have SRECs, you probably would need to aggregate a number of these being installed before it would be interesting for any third parties, as I understand it. It would have to be part of a larger conglomeration.
Okay.
I don't think I mentioned that we've received $2 million in SBIR funding for this. They are our biggest cheerleaders, and we were en route to be getting a phase 2B when the new administration kind of turned off that faucet. And we are now relying very much on folks who understand the importance of what's going on to keep the ball rolling. I mean, we don't want to see that headway be curtailed by any curtailment at the federal level.
Okay.
I wish somebody else had some questions before we move on.
I think we're also at time, Chair.
We are. So I want to thank the presenters from Gizmo Power for your presentation, for answering our questions. If we do have additional questions from Pura, we will be submitting those in writing.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, keeping with our agenda, we are going to move into the next presentation from Power Networks. So I'll invite those presenters to the virtual stage, please.
Good morning. We'll present our own slides if that's okay. And you should be able to see my screen. And can you hear me all right, please?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Robert Kirkshank, Managing Member of Power Networks. With me is our partner, Tristan DeFrondeville, CEO of Skycentrics, a leader in machine learning, AI, and agentic AI for buildings. Today, we're going to review continuous interoperable demand response. We call it CIDR. Our project partners include the University of Connecticut, Eversource Energy Center, and Savant Power. Today, we'll tell you about ourselves, and we'll give you a sense of an overview of our project to deploy cost-effective standardized demand response in buildings, starting with water heaters. We'll also cover testing and performance metrics, as well as American national standards that enable our vision of statewide deployment. The slides seem to be advancing on their own. I apologize for that. Let me stop that. Our vision of statewide deployment of smart water heating and ultimately smart air conditioning and other loads. We'll finish with a call to action. We bring a tremendous amount of expertise in buildings, energy, broadband, and interoperability standards. And Tristan, will you please speak to the relationships with these logos?
I think you want to be on the next slide.
There we go.
The CTA 2045 EcoPort socket was designed to be a USB port for machines so that they could have flexible communication paths. So imagine that, a few years ago, we didn't have Wi-Fi on every laptop, but you could put a stick in your laptop to be able to do cellular or Wi-Fi or other things. So in residential homes, if there's going to be a built-in communications, it's always Wi-Fi, and a lot of times utilities prefer cellular or other. So by having that standard socket available in machines. And then we work with AHRI to bring it to commercial buildings. So there's a lot of commercial AHRI specifications that are mandating that EcoPort socket to unlock the value of flexible loads in commercial buildings. OpenADR, as you know, open standard for automated demand response. The C4SB Foundation announced in June that it's merged with the Linux Foundation, the world's largest open source community, to be able to do open source software methods to break open commercial buildings and make them interoperable, plug and play, and available for modern technology, communications, etc. Did you want me to continue on the next slide? I think I covered all the logos on the previous slide, Robert.
I think that's fine. I think if someone's playing the slides, they're actually, yeah, can you kill your slide by chance, Tristan? It may be playing audio.
Oh, in any case, kill my slide. I'll just kill my audio.
Yeah, okay. Not quite sure. The system seems to be possessed here. Let me go back to presenting and apologize for that.
So while Robert's doing that, let me just say that the critical part about open standard and open source software is open source software tends to be more cybersecurity. That's counterintuitive, but it's well known at this point. And open standards and these open standard communication paths allows both competition for vendors and competition for the communication path. As I said, if you're counting on vendors in homes, residential homes, you're only going to get Wi-Fi. And if you don't have that open standard socket for internal communications, let's say a gateway to orchestrate loads in the building. So it's been a big deal. Washington and Oregon mandated the EcoPort socket. That means every year there's 100,000 water heaters that go in because they mandated it. California made it be only more on new construction so far. There are states and cities that have been contemplating mandating the EcoPort, and it would have been great if the DOE and Energy Star had done it, but they did not. But no matter what, the critical thing to these open standards are competition of vendors so that you get real competition on price, which is a big deal. We'll talk at some point about how proprietary locks you into vendor API fees, which utilities are pulling their hair out in frustration at how these sort of no competition API fees to machines means a lot of higher prices.
Thank you.
Back to you, Robert.
Righto, thank you. So our aim really is to test two interoperability standards that manage flexible loads and batteries. Our message is that standard demand response can scale better, faster, and cheaper than proprietary DR solutions. And if you look at proof points, time and again, interoperable plug and play continues to create scale and opportunities. It took 67 years for the electric grid to reach 90% of buildings. Demand response is at 2%, only 2% after 143 years. And that's largely because there's no standard and there's no self-installation. And if you look at the impact of self-installation, television took only 20 years, cell phone 30 years, smartphone 14 years to get into, again, 90% of buildings. Harvey Hubble was really the guy that introduced plug and play when he converted Edison's lamp socket into something that could plug in. And we need to follow that kind of model with our demand response. The overview of our project is pretty simple. We want to talk about the problem. Really, demand response scale is stymied by silos and proprietary equipment, complexities and cost. You have separate programs and solutions for electric vehicles, another program for batteries, another program for water heaters, another program for thermostats, etc. All of them require complex installation. All of them require customer Wi-Fi and then ongoing network configuration by the customer. And really the biggest point is there's no standard demand response signal across the state. And alone, flexible loads really can't process prices or carbon intensities. They don't know what to do with those. If you really think from a big picture, buildings use 70% of all the electricity in the United States, 70%, yet only 2% have cloud-connected energy management. Our solution is self-installation of 24/7 cellular-based demand response. It doesn't require, but can use Wi-Fi. It's based on interoperability standards for optimum load shaping, which I championed and helped curate, and then also the EcoPort standard that Tristan has just spoken about. The goal here is to use the same demand response signal for all flexible loads, all the ones we mentioned before, plus batteries, plus thermal storage, one single signal across the entire state. Really allows everybody to get on board, all the devices to get on board. So our mission really is to deploy self-installed plug-and-play EcoPorts in residential and commercial industrial sectors, and starting with a small scope of 27 EcoPorts on heat pump water heaters. Tristan, I know you already spoke a bit to the difference between the EcoPorts. Do you want to say anything more here, in particular around the skybox, allowing us to get to larger buildings?
Yeah, let me also say just that not only do you have vendor competition, but you all, by having EcoPort sockets in machines, you also avoid stranded assets. If a vendor goes out of business who's providing the modules, that EcoPort socket is on a machine. It also means that you have real price competition, because if a vendor gets too greedy, the utility can just mail those white EcoPort modules that plug into the sockets on the black box that you see below. So incredible solutions to problems that utilities have had historically. And because we were frustrated at Skycentrics of not having enough machines with EcoPort sockets, and we saw the AHRI specifications that were going to mandate them in commercial buildings, we created this bridge for commercial buildings that typically make machines that talk Modbus and BACnet, so in the lower corner, and we give those machines an EcoPort socket. And so Mitsubishi has been using it. That's the biggest company you'll hear of so far. And it's really enabling an open standard socket to get to machines in commercial buildings and residential water heaters and batteries, et cetera. Back to you, Robert.
Thank you. Okay, I think we got the slides sorted, so you shouldn't hear any audio at this point. So we'll go real quickly to the how to test with the goal of statewide deployment. In our pilot structure, we'll find willing and able customers to self-install EcoPorts on their heat pump water heaters. We'll put 2 in the Yukon lab, and then we'll put 25 across the United Illuminating and Eversource residential and commercial and industrial sectors, geographies, and demographics. Then we'll use the 5G data network to send the optimum load shape signal to water heaters using EcoPort commands. Our testing measures: technical reliability, latency, kilowatts reduced, kilowatt hours shifted, avoided cost of generation, transmission, and distribution. And customer ease of use, acceptance, satisfaction, and bill impacts, especially in underserved areas. Our evaluation process is to verify the savings and energy equity using third-party measurement and verification, and to assess the replicability across water heaters and customer segments compared with Connecticut connected solutions. If you look at the economic benefit and the key value streams and jobs, we really have ISO savings, which I know are not in the purview of Pura. However, ISO generation and transmission savings will ultimately pass down to and add to EDC savings, which will lower electric rates in Connecticut. We also have EDC savings and customer savings in the form of an incentive, plus if they're on a time of use rate already, a bill reduction.
And Robert, those numbers are $100 per building. That's just for a residential water heater. There's a lot more value in commercial building and multifamily, just so everyone knows.
Exactly. I mean, add zeros to your point, Tristan, right? And then with regard to job creation, as the new roles in Connecticut are created, once we expand beyond the pilot, there's opportunities for marketing the EcoPort solution, sales of EcoPorts, customer support, and to the point Tristan just mentioned, installers and technicians for commercial and industrial buildings, which are gold mines, given that you can have them use the same signal. The cost effectiveness at scale for the initial $1 million, the cost of an EcoPort is $230. Tristan can speak to how those prices are coming down, especially as volume goes up. If you include tax and shipping and distribution and the $100 participant incentive, we're up to a $380 one-time cost. If you look at the numbers and you run them through, we're ultimately down to a break-even point of about 2.74 years, and we know we can do better than that.
Yeah, let me just say, Bob, that these numbers, $230 for an EcoPort, are because nobody's sold more than 500 of them at a time. But NEA, where I talked about Washington and Oregon, so NEEA, is considering a bulk buy of 250,000 units precisely to deal with those 250,000 water heaters that are in Washington and Oregon. With that kind of bulk buy, just one utility doing it, suddenly you get your EcoPorts at $50 or $60 instead of $230. That radically improves the costs.
Thank you. If we look at programmatic and market gaps in Connecticut, these are significant, right? Because they limit scale and value in Connecticut's existing DR programs. They lack support for DR-ready water heaters, even though they're already available from Home Depot, Lowe's, and plumbing suppliers. I got one in my house. Tim Gropp from our team has one in his house. Tristan has enabled both of those. So, we have built the entire system that we proposed last year and the year before. The fact that there's no continuous 24/7 DR signal in Connecticut really means you only have support for DR events. And so if you look at this little graph here in red, that's a particular event that was called. But if you look in green, you can actually have continuous demand response 24/7, 365 days a year. And you'd have, as Tristan pointed out, interoperability across DR manufacturers. And as I like to point out, interoperability across different communication networks, which is enormous, not having to require customer Wi-Fi and to be able to use other networks. The existing programs with all their gaps really make it so that only 10% of homes in Connecticut can't participate. And if you look at underserved areas, that's 20% of homes that don't have broadband or Wi-Fi. So CIDR complements the existing programs by adding flexible capacity beyond summer peaks. And it allows for precise measurement and verification, which ultimately provides stronger aggregator and utility portfolios for managing markets and generation, et cetera. If you look at energy equity opportunities for underserved communities, our project will focus on distressed municipalities in green. We'll subsidize the EcoPort modules. We'll reduce the household burden by $50 to $100 a year. We'll prioritize the affordable housing, multifamily dwellings, and small businesses, and we can ensure that at least 40% of benefits flow to disadvantaged communities. And we'll plant the seed for workforce development pipelines for residents of these underserved areas. If you look at our vision for statewide scaling, in 2026, we'll start with 27 EcoPorts on water heaters across Connecticut, and we'll segment Connecticut into 170 DR zones that are aligned with the ISO New England locational marginal prices. We can also take any zone and align it with the time of use rate RT from United Illuminating as well. And once the program starts, if a utility has a particular customer they want to work with, or even if a customer just wants to work on their own, we can add additional EcoPorts at any time. And in 27, we'll actually scale across other devices in Connecticut to include EV chargers, batteries, thermostats, and most importantly, commercial AC and residential AC on those hot summer afternoons where, we actually have issues on individual feeders. Our segmentation will allow us to get down to the feeder level so we can manage that. And then if you look at 28 and beyond, we can really apply national replicability to piggyback on EcoPort lessons learned in Washington and Oregon, where Tristan said already, there are hundreds of thousands of units that have already been installed with sockets and ready to be managed. Tristan, do you want to speak a little bit to the DREAM platform and AI-enabled fault prediction and detection? I think you might be on mute.
Sorry about that. The EcoPort socket was designed to be grid signaling from the start. So it has the classic things like use less energy now or store more energy now, use it right now, come on right now. So it doesn't wait till the water heater cools off, which sometimes can be 8 to 10 hours. And it also provides a number called, it tells you the instantaneous power. So you're getting M and V from the water heater communications, and you're getting they predict how much energy can I use right now if you turn me on and load me up right now. So essentially that number tells us how the water heater's cooling off, and we end up using those numbers to provide value to the homes, like whole home hot water leak detection, because we can tell when there's a half-gallon-per-hour leak coming from anywhere in the hot water pipes of the home, which is usually behind the washing machine, the clothes washing machine, where that pipe is hidden and it's leaking into the wall behind the washing machine. So there's just a lot of really nice value that you get from this EcoPort socket that was designed from the beginning for grid utilities. And it is critical, in our opinion, to move beyond demand response and go to that 24/7 flexible load to provide grid value to flatten the grid at all times.
Thank you.
And
So we'll go to the
those
next slide.
expensive peaks. Yeah, and reduce those expensive peaks, right? That's really, it's time to shift to, hey, how can we flatten the grid? It's the expensive peaks that cost us a fortune. And that's what all these low cost, easy to install, demand responsive, flexible solutions can do.
Right on. Okay, so let's just kind of wrap things up here. The economic benefits, we've already talked about the cost effectiveness. We've talked about, I think when you consider the cost of the $380 per device and $48 a year recurring costs, you know, that comes in at about 1/10 the cost and half the recurring costs of the temp-assured leased water heater program recently discontinued by United Illuminating. Now, that was a great program. It provided many benefits, but as technology moved on, you know, we're now at providing much more functionality, as Tristan just talked about, you know, being able to command water heaters to come on at any time. And then, you know, when you think about being able to do it at 1/10 of the cost and half the recurring cost, it's compelling. And just to be frank with the commission, all of us at Power Networks are in our 60s and 70s. You've turned us down 3 years in a row. So we self-funded our proposals and made you a video to demonstrate what's possible. And that's the link at the bottom of this page. And more importantly, to inject our DNA into the CTIES program and the non-wires dockets. You've got to get a handle on demand response. The best way to do that is to make an industry, follow the industry standard for it. And Tristan, will you wrap us up, please? And you might be on mute.
We really look forward to your questions. We think that there is an exciting movement in having EcoPort sockets, as we said, in commercial buildings. We have been installing these super skyboxes, which we didn't show you a picture of, which connects to any machine or system in a commercial building. We're already flexing batteries in Portland. So these open standards, open source software and socket solutions are really exciting. And when I heard from Bob that Connecticut was considering it, we think everybody should be doing it as soon as possible to be able to to add more intermittent renewables over time that are coming, and obviously the data centers and the constraints and congestions that are happening. And I'll finish with this. If you go with the proprietary fleets like Nest and Ecobee, which were first exposed to the utilities, they're super frustrated that they're basically seeing large feudal land holdings within their service territories that are just completely blocked out by these proprietary solutions where there's only one way to get to the entire fleet of Nest thermostats. So by promoting this open standard socket, you're getting granular visibility down to every feeder or substation. That's what we're hearing from utilities, that they're starting to realize, oh my God, if we don't do something, we're going to be blocked out by the feudal landlords of the proprietary solutions.
Thank you. We'd like questions, please.
Thank you both for the presentation. I think we have time for a few questions from Pura staff. I'm going to start with Molly Charles, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to the Power Networks team for the presentation. So you just mentioned that you've applied to the IES program in previous cycles, so I'm just wondering if you could clarify whether this project differs in any way from what was proposed in previous years.
Thank you. Yes, we've proposed standardized demand response. That's the common denominator across all three. The first year we did a managed charging program using broadcast, and that's the video that we provided. We ended up building the product and demonstrating it in Texas. The second year we did managed water heating, but we actually had a fair amount of complexity to it and a large size. And with Pura's guidance, we scoped it down to something very simple, which is what we have here. with the 27 units, but still the ability to scale. Does that answer your question?
And
does,
I
thank
think the
you.
big difference, Roberts, was this year you went with cellular instead of another communication path.
Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. So we went from broadcast to cellular this year, and that has just added incredible ability, as Tristan started to touch on, for measurement and verification.
And by the
In the
way,
broadcast, go ahead.
Molly, we like to say low-cost cellular because, as you know, cellular used to be expensive. And again, I've talked about how the hardware can really drop in price from 230 per module to 50 or 60. But the cellular, the minute you can do like a 5 or a 10-year cellular plan, because remember, all the cellular carriers like Verizon and AT&T, they think in 2 years. But utilities would be loving to have a module that just stays on a water heater, and we can really lower the low-cost cellular price in a 5 or a 10-year plan, which is super exciting.
Thank you. I think that leads into my next question. So I think you mentioned in your application that key components of CIDR have been deployed elsewhere. So could you just clarify if the full technology solution that's being proposed here has been tested elsewhere? And if so, could you give specific examples?
Yes, and that goes right to the point of our having built it with Tristan's help and his team's help. We actually completely deployed the system end to end, and it's running in my house and it's running in Tim Gropp's house, who's also on the call, our VP of Business Development.
And SkyCentrix has been doing this for the last 5 years. I mean, we're the leaders in that EcoPort module, and we are rolling this out. We've installed it in all the NEA utilities. We just finished a 2-year end-use load flex study. We've been shipping to San Diego Community Power and others. So on our side, so the only thing we did is to sort of finalize this solution is integrate with the Roberts team's power shape of the price signal, which means we can support everyday flexing to flatten the grid for Connecticut.
And Molly, the other thing that I should mention is we actually have deployed not only cellular in our homes, we've deployed Wi-Fi in our homes as well. So the system is network agnostic, and you can use multiple open networks that are out there.
Thank you. And then just one last question. So in your experience, to what extent is lack of internet a barrier to demand response participation? And I think you had some numbers for residential, but for commercial and industrial as well.
Yeah, so Robert will give you the numbers on the residential, and what we found with Southern California Edison, like they're really excited to have a plug and play cellular option for their communities that don't have broadband cellular, which is a lot of lower income. They only have cell phones. On commercial buildings, it's crazy. Nobody can believe it. Less than 2% of commercial buildings in the United States have any connectivity outside the building to anything. You literally have to VPN into a few buildings. So the fact that there's a low-cost cellular plug-and-play solution to buildings now that were presented to you is a miracle for a lot of these commercial buildings.
And the 10% of residential buildings that can't get, Wi-Fi or don't have Wi-Fi, don't have broadband in Connecticut, that number grows to 20% in this underserved community. So we are solving that problem as well.
Thank you. That's all my questions. So thank you again.
Thank you. I think we have one more question from Authority Staff Michelle Daigle, and then we will move to the next presenter.
Hi, good morning. Thanks so much for your presentation this morning. I just have a quick question. I understand from your application that your product is intended to be mailed to participants. And I was wondering how you are going to ensure that your product is indeed installed, and then in any prior use cases, what percentage of EcoPorts that were sent out, how many of them were installed versus not installed by your participants. I'm just trying to gauge a level of engagement after that initial agreement, since you're not installing it personally.
Absolutely. So even when we mailed Wi-Fi EcoPort sockets, they've typically been 80% of them are installed without a problem, and the other 20% they need a support call because Wi-Fi, as you know, some people have a hard time with. The cellular plug and play solution, you literally plug it in. There's a little LED that turns blue after 30 to 90 seconds, and you're done. So The one thing that we've done is we switched to including a little Phillips head screwdriver because there's 2 Phillips head screws to undo. So we know right away when it's online. So if it's not online, we call the people and they get it online. It's 100% penetration.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And part of the screening, is, are you comfortable, Mr. Customer or Miss Customer, are you comfortable with support over email? Are you comfortable with support over phone? Can you send us a picture of your water heater so we know that you know where to find it and we can see if that port's accessible? Some of that pre-screening is going to be significant in terms of having success. And the success of being self-install cannot be underrated, as we've shown with the other numbers and the other technologies.
We have an 800 phone number that supports it, so we just help people find it. It's it's standard operation, so there's just been no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
presenters. Very good. Let's move along to our next presentation team from Home Boost, please.
Hi.
Hi.
And I go ahead and share my screen.
Please.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Selena Tabakwala. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Home Boost. Just 2 seconds on myself. I'm a serial entrepreneur and have started companies like Evite in the past and was the president of SurveyMonkey. We got really excited about taking some of those consumer principles and bringing them into the energy efficiency space. Given the SurveyMonkey background, we talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of customers and just kept hearing the same thing from them, which is that their bills are getting higher and their homes are getting more uncomfortable as the housing stock is getting older, and they really didn't know what to do about it. For the people that did know what to do about it, they knew what they needed was a home energy assessment. Obviously, Connecticut has a very strong home energy assessment program. But what we built is an AI-powered home energy assessment that allows the homeowner to both do it themselves. And I'll also mention that we've also launched a version for home energy assessors more recently since we did the initial application. What we found with our DIY home energy assessment with our current utility partners is that it really does drive program participation because I'll play a little quick demo of it, but we create a personalized video for every customer. It's much more affordable. The total all-in cost is $99 per assessment, and we have a really high customer satisfaction. We're running at a Net Promoter Score of about 56. And just to put that in context, like the best product in the world, the iPhone, runs at a 63. 56 is considered excellent. What we proposed was about 2,000 DIY end user pilots for a total funding request of $250,000 for the state of Connecticut. The way the program works is that we send the customer a boost box in the mail. Inside this is a fluorothermal camera and a black light. We do all of the fulfillment. We also have the ability to have a customized pamphlet inside specifically from each of the utility or program. And then the consumer uses the thermal camera, scans their home. It takes about 30 minutes. And we really try to marry the data the consumer knows about their own home. My son's room is cold. My daughter's room is hot, with the information that we know about a home, that rooms above garages are often a problem, fireplaces. And we guide them through scanning their home. They can also take quick pictures of their appliances. And they use that black light to very quickly see if lights are LED versus incandescent. And then we take all that data, and that is what we say is where our magic happens. Within 72 hours, we deliver a completely personalized video for each customer, which is driven with AI. We do currently have a BPI certified assessor review every report. I'll just play a quick snippet of an example report because that really shows the product.
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking the time to complete the Home Boost Energy Assessment. These are your cost and savings estimates. On the left side, you'll see your recommendations followed by the project's estimated installed cost, approximate annual savings, and SIR. The SIR is savings to investment ratio. Anything above a 1 is financially worth doing. So let's take a look at your first recommendation, which is to insulate your attic hatch. Make sure you save any of your receipts as they are part of that federal tax credit for weatherization, which is 30% of your project costs, up to $1,200. So let's jump into the imagery and why you're getting this particular recommendation. Right here, you can pretty clearly see the gaping hole in your ceiling, which is your attic hatch. An uninsulated hatch often looks like this. The dark blue area is the cold air and the yellow area is the warm air. So what you're seeing here at your attic hatch is a significant amount of energy flow right through the hole in your ceiling. So what you'll want to do is head over to your local Home Depot and pick up one of the attic hatch installation kits. For the one with the ladder, which is the one you need, it'll be about $150, and this is super easy to do yourself. It'll make a big difference on both comfort and your energy bills. This is your appliance guide. Knowing
So I'll stop there, but I just wanted to comment, even though that looks like a human, that's actually an AI character. And that allows us to really scale, and it also allows us to really customize. So for example, if it's more of a direct install program, rather than recommending someone go to Home Depot, we could obviously recommend that they work with the direct installer. And that really is what I want to talk about in terms of the customization that's available, that's already built into the product. We make sure we pull in any relevant rebates for the customer from the state, the utility, federal, whatever's left of them. We are able to pull in, if there's a trade ally network, we're able to pull that in to recommend direct contractors, or again, to send people into a direct install program. We are able to link to marketplaces or to retail partners that have the rebates associated for the customer. And as I mentioned, we have the co-branded insert that sits inside the Boost box. Since we kind of put in our application, we've launched with some utilities, which we're very excited about. We have a program running with Central Hudson, which is actually a library-based program where consumers can check out the Boost box from the Mid-Hudson Library System and run the scan, and then the Central Hudson covers the cost of the assessment. That program has been extremely well received. We've even gotten a segment on the local news talking about how much consumers are loving it, that we've been very excited about. And we launched a program with Baltimore Gas and Electric where they have their in-person program similar to Connecticut, but then we run their DIY home assessment program. And again, that's been we've been only running that one for a month, but we've had so far very good customer feedback. So again, when we put in our proposal, we only have the direct to homeowner product. Just wanted to quickly add on that we've also launched a product specifically for home energy assessors, which really, really streamlines the experience for home energy assessors. The current process for home energy assessors today is they spend about 2 hours inside the home, and then they spend between 2 to 10 hours putting together the findings. And then if they want to do a great job, they, really have to spend that time also reflecting all that information back to the customer. We obviously the time in the home, we have tried to really streamline that with our app. So we've added on all of the functionality and really tried to take, again, those user experience principles, like making sure that for the spillage test, when they're doing all the recordings, we have the built-in clock. And then we obviously take all that time in terms of putting together the findings and bring that down to 10 minutes, where all the assessor needs to do is review all of the findings that both our AI has done and our BPI certified assessors already reviewed to see if they have any feedback. Most cases they don't, and they can just push the video to the homeowner. We've also working with a utility. This is in contracting, so I can't mention the name of the utility yet. But they want to arm their home energy assessors that are going into the home with our product. And then when they're doing the direct install measures, record those right into the app. Our app works on iPhone, iPad, Android. And so we're working on also being able to add the measures into the app. Our belief, obviously, is that we can really both drive participation, lower the cost of home energy assessments in Connecticut, both to create this DIY pathway for people, and really reach people that maybe don't have as many assessors in their market, aren't that comfortable with having somebody come into their home, as well as to allow those consumers with the app to be able to take photos of installed measures so you can actually see that things happen because they already are comfortable with the app. and really drive program participation into the programs that you guys are trying to drive, whether that's weatherization, whether that's smart thermostat and demand response programs for smart thermostats, as well as into trade allies. I think that was my last slide. I know that you guys wanted to leave time for questions, so I'll stop sharing, but I can take any questions, and I can also go back to the slides if anybody wants me to.
Thank you. We may have time for one question. So Mr. Tim White on behalf of Pure staff.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, how long your project implementation tracking plan exceeded 18 months? And we're limited with 18 months for the program. Do you know how long you expect you would need to conduct a pilot study?
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure why that must have been just an error on our part. No, I mean, we do hundreds and hundreds of assessments a month, so we could easily achieve the pilot timing in and we could even lower, like, the number is flexible. Like, if we did 1,000 assessments, then it would be $125,000. Like, it would scale down. So with other utilities, the way we've been doing it is that we have like a minimum number of assessments and a maximum number, and then we work together on marketing to try to drive those number of assessments. But yeah, no, we don't really. There's no issue with the project timing on our side.
Okay. Chair, is that?
Yes. Thank you very much. I want to thank Home Boost for your presentation.
Yeah.
And if we have additional questions, we'll follow up in writing. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Marissa. Take care, everybody. Have a great day.
Take care. Okay, we will transition into a switch source. I'll invite that presenter to the virtual stage.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
And can you see everything okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. I'm Charlie Murray. I'm the president and co-founder of SwitchSource. Here at SwitchSource, we're making the next generation of smart grid devices for utilities. We have just a ton to share today. We created this slide deck as kind of a leave behind deck for everybody to review. So if there are follow-on questions, feel free to share those with us. And I should start by just saying thanks so much for the opportunity to present. So here we're building smart grid equipment. We've got a picture of this on the left-hand side. We had initially proposed deploying 3 of these devices for Eversource and a couple of devices for United Illuminating Company. What we've seen in working with utilities is it's critical for us to deploy technology for specific use cases. We want to establish our device as a tool in the toolkit. But as utility decision makers are going through and addressing problems, there needs to be some amount of precedent for them to use a tool, especially at the scale that we're talking about for our technology, in order for them to be able to use that. And we think we have significant savings to offer utilities in a number of different use cases. So what we're kind of proposing here, especially in response to some of the kind of scope questions from the feedback that we received, is actually adding a unit to go and deploy a 23 kV system, as opposed to some of the units we had proposed with United Illuminating Company. But again, happy to field some questions on that a little bit later. In terms of our company, we have these units deployed across the country in some of the hardest places to deploy technologies: West Texas, Alaska, Florida. We're seeing really great traction. And as a company, we're at a kind of fun and exciting point in time where those initial demo units, small rollouts of 3 to 5 units, are turning into follow-on orders of tens, if not hundreds of units. We wouldn't have been able to get here without significant support from state and federal agencies. And that's just a function of, we're building hardware. It's very utility specific hardware. This has not been a particularly attractive area for venture capital. And so we really have to leverage these sort of state and federal programs wherever we can, so that we can establish this as a tool in that utility toolkit. The sort of challenge that we're seeing from the utility as well as the state regulatory side of things is Utilities are being asked to support the adoption of a lot of load growth in the form of electric vehicles, heat pumps, as well as being able to support distributed generation. They're also being asked to maintain, if not increase, the reliability and resiliency of the grid. And then above all, we're seeing utilities be pushed to maintain affordability of the grid. And so it's easy to think that these goals are at loggerheads with one another. And from our position, we feel that sometimes if you're just trying to do a one-size-fits-all solution, like poles and wires for everything, it can lead to increased costs if you're trying to accommodate all of these different things. So what our position is that utilities need new tools in that toolkit to be able to cost effectively accommodate the load growth, accommodate these other technologies that we want to connect to the grid while maintaining reliability, while trying to suppress that sort of angle of attack of capital increases that are required for deployment to the grid. So how we fit into that picture is we are a device that's deployed at the distribution circuit level of the electrical grid. So just real quick, if you look outside of a distribution pole, you'll typically see 3 wires across the top of that pole. We use 3-phase power for big bulk customers, big box stores, places that have spinning machines, think light industrial, heavy commercial. But the majority of customers on a distribution circuit are single-phase customers, residential type customers. And so what you'll see with the topology of the distribution system is there's this 3-phase backbone, and then there's these single-phase lateral taps. And the analogy we like to use is that 3-phase backbone is kind of like a 3-lane highway, but with barriers between the lanes. There's no way to exchange the traffic in a painless way between the lanes. And so what you end up having is this congestion that shows up on the circuit. And this is overloads or it's severe voltage drops. What we're doing with our technology is we are trying to provide some amount of intelligent lane change about halfway down the distribution circuit. What this allows us to do is to use that existing infrastructure a whole heck of a lot better. And so there's a number of use cases associated with this, but to kind of get a little bit deeper in terms of the technology and where we fit in, again, think about this distribution circuit. You have a diverse set of loads, maybe some distributed generation, some electric vehicles. It's a complex system. And as utilities are trying to manage this, they're trying to maintain the power quality of the system, maintain the reliability of the system, make sure they're not overloading any single element in that system. And a lot of times what we'll see is that there is a single phase of loading, a single phase of voltage that is causing some significant upgrade. And we can see this because of load, where there might be multi-million-dollar upgrades thrown at reconductoring a circuit, doing 3-phase line extensions. We see this a lot with distributed generation interconnects or even EV charging infrastructure interconnects, where suddenly there's some sort of violation of a thermal or voltage limit, and it triggers this really expensive, long project. What we're trying to do is say, hey, there might be capacity in those other wires. Let's go tap that before we build new wires and new poles. So we're not saying that this is a one-size-fits-all solution, but this can be something that is a much more capital light, faster to deploy solution that can still unlock meaningful amounts of capacity and enable some of those other technologies and enable some of that load growth. Just coming back to the device itself, it is very quick to install this device. We're deploying a unit right now in Florida. They're going to have it installed in a day. Typically, the electrical connection is about a half a day. It does not require an outage for any of the customers on the circuit. None of our installations have ever required an outage. It's just the way that we design the device to be able to connect in parallel with the distribution circuit and account for this imbalance. The other thing is this is a more movable asset than those traditional poles and wires. Let's say that you deploy this to a part of the system, and then suddenly you see a significant amount of more load growth. A manufacturing plant wants to do a much larger expansion. You can still invest in that poles and wire solution, pick up this box and move it to a circuit where it's going to have the desired impact after you're able to, have that 2 years and a few $1 million to deploy to that system for that larger upgrade. So again, we like to say that we're that capital efficient, redeployable solution with minimal impact when it comes to installation. Now, even though that's minimal impact, that doesn't mean that we can't have a big impact at a system level. So what we have here are some details on the sort of impact that we can have once deployed across the state of Connecticut. Again, these numbers start to stack up pretty interestingly. We see ourselves as a fit on somewhere between 20 to 50% of distribution circuits. That number is taken from surveys that we do with utilities. One of the things we like to do if we have the opportunity at the outset of a utility engagement is go to the distribution planners and say, how many of your circuits have imbalance issues right now where we could unlock meaningful amounts of capacity? That can be a fairly quick exercise, can take as few as a couple of weeks. And it enables us to say, hey, this is the sort of size of prize that we can have deployed at scale. For this particular deployment, we are looking at doing that initial site ID. We're going to take into account use cases. We're going to take into account the potential to have impact on distress or underserved communities, manufacture the equipment, and get that equipment deployed, as rapidly as possible. Again, our manufacturing cycles are a lot shorter than kind of traditional distribution equipment you might see today. Some stuff that's stretching into multiple years. We like getting that equipment in the ground. We're going to take those results, benchmark it back against the initial studies that we did so that we can tell the utility, hey, look, when you have a scenario that looks like this, our device is going to be able to fix that. Here's the proof. And so all of those utility planners, even if they're split up on a regional basis, have a proof point that they can grab onto to use this tool for those individual use cases, as opposed to necessarily throwing poles and wires at every problem that they see. In terms of cost, the benefits and how we feel like we align to Connecticut's energy goals, there's a lot of information on this slide. We try to break this down in terms of affordability, our ability to kind of pick our shots here, pick our targets so that we do have that impact on environmental justice communities or distressed communities, how we're able to support some of the goals associated with decarbonizing the grid while maintaining the reliability of the grid. Those are all very important to us. The thing that I would stress here, though, is because our equipment is, a utility tool, because it is a new tool in the toolkit, programs like this, like the IES program, are very important to us. They provide a framework for us to deploy the technology. They provide sort of that carrot for the utility to look at this new evaluation of a new technology in a specific timeline. We performed this with NYSERDA recently. It was very successful. Deployed an initial pilot with a smaller utility, went to the large utility, deployed an additional pilot, and then we're very quickly able to get pulled into the rate case for 30 units to start having that larger impact, where we're seeing, the $1 million savings that we can offer on a unit by unit deployment scale very, very quickly. So we like these types of programs. We think they're a great way to work with utilities and have other stakeholders at the table. In terms of the other stakeholders, we have invited a couple of other folks beyond the utilities who we're really excited to work with to come and participate. The one that I'll just call out here is UConn through the Eversource Energy Center. There's some great expertise in terms of power systems and power electronics at the university. We want them at the table as kind of a third party to be able to look over our shoulder. Also offers us the opportunity to potentially recruit some great engineers out of the university there. Our team, I have so much confidence in our team. We've been executing on a really hard technology for a long time now. We've been around for 9 years. Won't go into too many details here. I could spend 10 minutes talking about our great team. The thing that I would stress here is we feel like we have a really important alignment with our technology in terms of maintaining affordability of the grid while also being able to accommodate load growth and accommodate some of the decarbonization related technologies. We think that scaling this technology requires programs like the ones that we're talking about here today. It offers a framework for utilities to deploy the technology, establish it as a tool in the toolkit. And we feel like we have proof that we've capitalized on these programs in the past to have that broader impact follow from the programs. So I'll cut it there. I wanted to make sure I save time for questions. Thanks again for the opportunity to present today, and sorry for going so fast.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have some questions, and I'm going to open it up to Molly Charles on behalf of Pura staff first, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how far along you are and the EDC in identifying potential project sites and how those sites would be selected.
So we typically look at distribution planning criteria for establishing, is this a circuit where we can have a desired impact? So that is a fairly quick process. We've written scripts that can just sweep through the data, and we're using the existing planning tools that the distribution utilities already use. So we, through some investments in R&D on our side, have come up with a way to represent our box inside their own tools, and that expedites that process. The main thing that we like to go after is we want to target sites where we can have the impact from an equity perspective as well as a use case perspective. There's a lot of circuits to choose from. Again, we talked a little bit about this. We have like a 20 to 50% hit rate. So there's usually a large number of circuits to pick from. The thing that we will try to guide the utility to in this process is, pick circuits that are going to have the impact that you want. We like to go into circuits where we feel like it's going to be a faster installation as well. So one of the things that we look at is, are there target locations to install a device where there are easements already for the utility, so we can just install this device in the utility right away. Those are the sort of things that we can bring to the table from our experience in past deployment.
Thank you. And then I'm just wondering how many devices approximately could be involved in at-scale deployment?
An at-scale deployment, so we calculated this based on the number of circuits. So I think we said, I'm blanking on it here, I don't have the number, but it's like, I think we said for these numbers, it's like 30% of the 1,400 circuits. So this is several hundred units that would be potentially deployed. It's one device per circuit. Sorry if that got lost in the mix, but just one of these boxes can have that impact on 1,500 customers.
Okay, I appreciate it. And that is all of my questions. So thank you again for the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
We have additional questions from Michelle Daigle on behalf of authority staff.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I just have one question. I saw that in your application that you're doing a lot of coordination with Eversource, specifically with different types of project management, and then the SCADA control teams, etc. I was wondering if you could shed some light on any preliminary discussions that you've had with the utility in terms of this coordination, and has there been any types of pitfalls or any types of options for our expediting the installation process and getting your project going?
So we did that initial, we kind of have our initial conversation with the utility where we tell them about the technology, how it works. And then we typically have this secondary conversation, which we had with Eversource, where it's like, okay, where are those, potential gotchas, red flags? We talk about protection, we talk about SCADA, we talk about siting. So we did go through those three key areas there, and feels like we checked the box to get the support from Eversource, for the project. From an installation perspective, very minimal impact because of the physical size of the device. From a SCADA perspective, we tend to just use off-the-shelf components so that we don't get into issues with like our device, and we don't need, this is something that's unique about us, we don't need to have real-time data from the device in order for this piece of equipment to work. We've actually had utilities that don't want to go through their own internal cybersecurity process because it's so onerous, and they air gap the unit. We don't have real-time communications to it. The device has such a big impact on the circuit that you can tell that it's working just by looking at data points collected from the feeder head. So there's some really great things here where we've been able to bypass some of those hurdles. We've got a lot of options there. For this site, we would love to be plugged into the SCADA so we could get some of that real-time data back to the utility, and then they can push it to us. But that's just like one example of some of the sort of things that we typically go through. And we did have that more deep technical due diligence conversation with the utility.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation and for addressing our questions. If we have anything further, we will follow up in writing.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. All right, we have one more presentation before we take our lunch break. So if I can invite the team from Grid Site to the virtual stage, please.
Hi there. Thanks so much for having us.
Hi. And would you like to control your slides, or would you like us to pull those up?
Happy for you to pull them up, and I can let you know when to progress. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name's Natalie Valentin. I'm the U.S. commercial lead for GridSite, and really happy to be presenting our project with United Illuminating to use grid visibility and smart meter analytics to unlock non-wires solutions. Next slide. So the reason this project matters is that Connecticut's grid is facing a threefold challenge of rising load, DER growth, and aging infrastructure, all of which are increasing pressure on customer rates and reliability. And GridSight's thesis is that enhanced planning tools can equip Connecticut's EDCs to meet this challenge. So the goal of our project is to demonstrate how AMI analytics specifically can help UI leverage the data they already have in order to get more out of the grid they already have. Next slide. So for background on GridSight, we have a proven track record of helping electric distribution networks across the globe harness AMI for smart grid management. We were founded in Australia, which is one of the world's most advanced DER markets, and are now a market leader across Australia and New Zealand. And our platform has many applications, from power quality monitoring to fault detection to real-time DER orchestration that help bridge the gap between utility planners and operators. And we recently expanded to the US, where we're specifically focused on supporting IOUs, and recently launched our first US IOU pilot with Xcel Energy in Colorado. And the IES program would allow us to build on those learnings at a greater commercial scale, as well as be our first deployment in New England, both of which help us localize our product to the specific needs of the US market and adapt its use cases to serve the needs that directly respond to regulatory imperatives like non-wire solutions in Connecticut. Next slide. To give you some context on what our work looks like at scale, a great example is our partnership with Endeavour Energy, which serves about 2.7 million customers in the greater Sydney, Australia area. And GridSight powers Endeavour's flexible solar exports program, which dynamically curtails rooftop solar based on real-time thermal and voltage grid constraints. And in the first few months of the program, we saved customers about $200 a year and doubled the amount of residential solar that they could export back to the grid. We're now in the process of expanding the program to thousands of customers across Endeavour's network, which is expected to unlock 600 megawatts of additional hosting capacity for generation. Next slide. In addition to having experience with network-wide deployments like this, we're also built and led by a team of utility software experts who have a really deep understanding of how utilities work and most importantly, what they need out of software platforms. And our team includes power engineering PhDs, former utility planners, energy regulators, and commercial leaders like myself who have brought software solutions to market, both in Australia and elsewhere. Next slide. So the scope of our specific IES project is to partner with United Illuminating, as I said, to use their AMI data to identify non-wire solutions to capital upgrades. And as part of that, evaluate the potential of DER and load flexibility programs. So we've scoped a 12-month software demonstration that will build a bottoms-up model of UI's distribution network that will allow us to evaluate NWS across the service territory, as well as identify the parts of the network that would most benefit from flexibility programs. Next slide. We've specifically broken the project into 3 phases, each with its own value proposition, so they can kind of progressively build on each other. The first phase will take UI's AMI and GIS data, as I said, build that into a bottoms-up model of the distribution network. And that granular visibility will give UI's planning teams really valuable insights into loading, voltage, DERs, and asset utilization across the network, with high levels of granularity, both in terms of time, but also from the customer premise to the transformer, conductor, feeder, so they can really zoom in and understand what's happening at different times in the year. Once we've built that foundational model, GridSight's power engineers will help review all of the planned capital upgrades that UI has identified and use the GridSight platform to evaluate them and compare potential alternatives. And that will hopefully identify a handful of NWS that UI could then consider deploying in their next cycle. And in the third phase of the project, we will simulate more advanced NWS, like real-time flexibility schemes and programs, that will inform both existing programs like EV charging, as well as potential new programs, whether that's something like what we do with Endeavor or flexible interconnection. We're particularly excited about the scope because it will allow us to involve multiple different teams across UI, including the non-wire solutions team, integrated system planning, and interconnection services and smart grid innovation. Next slide. So a key benefit of our proposed approach to non-wire solutions is that it's solution agnostic. And what I mean by that is GridSight will enhance UI's decision-making with data so that they can identify the most cost-effective NWS for any given capital upgrade rather than focus on one specific solution and figure out where to deploy it. So we're kind of flipping the script on that approach. And that allows us to consider traditional NWS like batteries, as well as operational interventions like voltage management or phase balancing, which very happy to follow SwitchSource's great presentation because phase balancing is a great and often overlooked solution here. We'll also, as I said, evaluate these more advanced dynamic solutions like flexible interconnection, as well as look at how existing DER programs could be optimized to alleviate distribution network constraints and the impact on those assets, like our work with Endeavor. For example, we can consider how coincident EV charging is overloading transformers and use that to inform program design around targeted enrollment or incentive structures. The ultimate, next slide, please. The ultimate benefit of the project is to help UI integrate more DERs and new loads faster, cheaper, and more reliably. So thinking about the different stakeholder groups, these NWS reduce pressure on customer rates by avoiding or deferring capital upgrades, which is particularly impactful for environmental justice and disadvantaged communities who are uniquely burdened by rising electricity costs and reliability issues. And they also increase utilization of UI's existing grid assets and unlock that latent hosting capacity, which means that DERs can integrate more quickly instead of needing to wait for network upgrades. And this all ties directly into Connecticut's decarbonization and grid mod goals, and also supports specific initiatives like energy storage solutions. Next slide. So the scope of this project is to enhance UI's planning and visibility to support the identification of non-wire solutions. And although the actual implementation of those NWS that we identify is outside the scope of the project, we'll closely measure the relative costs and benefits of the various solutions that we evaluate. So key metrics include the net savings of NWS versus the planned capital upgrade, the subsequent customer savings from avoided rate increases, and the megawatts of hosting capacity unlocked. And we'll also conduct a detailed analysis to overlay these benefits within the various EJ communities in UI service territory to better understand the equity impacts. Next slide. So after the 12-month demonstration, there are multiple pathways to scale our project both within UI and across Connecticut. Within UI, we would transition from standalone NWS and flexibility analysis to working with the system planning team and the NWS team to integrate GridSight's platform in a more integrated and automated way to their existing suite of planning tools and existing processes so that this can scale and help their teams be more efficient. And as I mentioned, we can also take the learnings from our flexibility simulations to refine existing DER programs or even design new ones. We can also explore additional applications of our AMI analytics that fall outside the scope of the initial project. For example, optimizing conservation voltage reduction programs to further reduce peak load, which is something that we've done successfully with another US utility. And beyond UI, we believe the project will highlight a lot of the benefits and potential use cases of AMI to inform any future rollouts in the state. And because our platform can perform with as little as 20% AMI penetration, we can pull forward the realization of those AMI benefits as smart meters are deployed in the future. So we're really confident that this project will bring tangible benefits both to UI and to Connecticut consumers. We have a proven track record of delivering value at scale and a clear pathway to both short-term benefits as well as long-term support of the grid transition. So thank you very much for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. We're going to kick off questions on behalf of PURA staff by Molly Charles, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation this morning. So I think you discussed this in your previous slide just now, but could you discuss what capabilities GridSight's project could provide without full AMI deployment? So in the near term, would it be able to operate in Eversource territory as well as UI if scaled?
Yeah, so we do need a minimum threshold of AMI penetration, which is around 20-30%. But we can supplement that AMI with SCADA data or data from other hardware like transformer monitors. So as I said, once a AMI rollout in Eversource's service territory were to begin, we could start layering in our analytics progressively as those smart meters are deployed. We wouldn't have to wait for it to be deployed across the full network.
Thank you. And then on this first box under UI, would it only be in the scaling phase that this information would be used to enhance the accuracy of hosting capacity maps, or would that be during the pilot project?
It's certainly something that we could consider adding to the current scope. Currently, it's something that we envision as a follow-on, but GridSight with other utilities, we help enhance existing hosting capacity maps. So that's certainly something that we could add to the scope.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then just one last question. So to what extent would EDC staff training be needed to effectively make use of these capabilities?
Yeah, great question. So that's why we are going to be embedding GridSight power engineers throughout this process to help demonstrate and train UI staff on how to use our platform. So we won't rely on the UI planning team and NWS team. They won't have to use the platform by themselves in order to identify these NWS. Our power engineers will help them do that. And then the subsequent phase would be better, like fully onboarding and integrating into their processes. So we want to be able to realize the benefit and show what can be done with the platform without requiring a lot of change management in the process.
Okay, thank you. That is all of my questions. So I'll turn it back to you, Chairman. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you. Tim White, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thanks for the presentation, Natalie. I apologize if I missed this, but what I'm wondering about is how you would go about measuring the benefits of this, because I feel like this is kind of upstream from where the benefits might lie, the DERs. You're enabling it. So how would you propose measuring the benefits in this project?
Yeah, great question. So as I mentioned, yeah, we sit upstream in the planning phase. So we'll be identifying these various NWS, but not implementing them. But we can still have a good sense in working with the UI team to understand the relative costs of say they were going to do a reconductoring project and now they're going to deploy a phase balancing solution, say a switch source, to understand the relative costs and then estimate the ratepayer savings as a result of that, not needing to do that capital upgrade or deferring it, as well as understanding the megawatts of hosting capacity that would be unlocked through these solutions. So when we do our flexibility simulations, for example, we can identify if a project were enabled with flexible interconnection, how much more load could be integrated today rather than waiting for a network upgrade.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much. That is it for me, Chair.
All right, thank you. I think that wraps up our questions. So I want to thank you for the presentation and for addressing staff questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our lunch break. So we are going to break until 12:50, and at 12:50 we will resume with a presentation from Elastic Energy. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to our technical meeting in docket 240. Nope. Yeah, what are we in? 240-807. We are going to resume with our presentations this afternoon. And I want to welcome to the virtual stage the team from Elastic Energy. If folks for the afternoon session were not here for the morning session, just a note that Pura staff can control the slides, or you are welcome to share the screen yourselves. And if there's time in the agenda, Pura staff have questions. If not, we will follow up in writing with questions. So Mr. Hilborn, I see you've come off mute. Welcome.
Hello, how are y'all doing? All right, let me set up the screen share here from my end. No, that doesn't look like that's right. Let me try one more time. Can you see that? Lovely. Well, thank you, commissioners, advisors, and staff. I'm Ben Hilborn. I'm the CEO of Elastic Energy. I'd like to give a brief overview of the 500 home phase 2 pilot that we proposed and how it sets up for a rapid low lift path to scaling through a phase 3 statewide deployment. So at a glance, this is an 18-month 500 home project that spans 3 municipalities with 3 nodes in Hartford, across 1 node in New Haven and 1 node in New London. It's designed for measurable feeder level impact while keeping installation and program lift extraordinarily low. While we did pursue the independent pathway to remove barriers and allow for a much easier deployment, there's always a potential for deeper collaboration with the EDCs if the interest is there. And the objective of all of this is roughly 300 kW of verifiable dispatch-ready flexible load that can be entirely automated and not require consistent and continuous overhead. And this is what we at Elastic do. The device you see on the right-hand side of the screen there, that's our energy router. And what we bring to the table is plug and play, truly OEM agnostic device control. This is for batteries, for HVAC, for EV charging, water heating, even all the way through smart major appliances. And we do this all in a way that is it is robust not only to grid disturbances, but also to connectivity disturbances. When we think about the future of the grid, we think about a system that is resilient in a way resilient in a dispatch method in the same way that we expect the distributed grid to be resilient. And while you only see the energy router there, the Elastic platform does also involve a consumer-facing app as well as a state or EDC-facing portal. And for this pilot, so I mentioned that there are three municipalities with 3 nodes in Hartford and 1 each in New Haven and New London. Recruitment for this project is primarily intended to be through community partners and existing installers, with the option to use anonymized lists from EDCs that might already have lists of customers that they believe would be excellent candidates for a program like this. And we have this participation goal of we want to be over 30% or about a third being LMI households. And the beauty of the work that we do, where it is feeder level congestion management, this means that while the direct influence and direct impact is on the homes that Elastic gets installed at, it has a negative pressure on pricing at those nodes, which extends to every household on that node. And so now to talk about how this scales. Phase 2 is entirely about, do we know how to work very well with the communities in Connecticut? The status quo of our business is entirely about working with all the different types of DERs and different types of homes, but the intent of the pilot is to figure out how do we work very well in Connecticut, and how do we work with the existing players in the ecosystem and the existing support systems to ensure that we're finding the best and most effective distribution channels, as well as the best partners that can support this rollout. There are some additional pieces in here where these partners can actually support through that can support with targeting these homes, as well as targeting the types of DERs in these homes. And so this comes down to local solar installers, as well as community support organizations. The benefits and cost effectiveness. So like I mentioned before, we're targeting roughly 300 kW of dispatchable capacity, and this has an effect in two places. So this has a direct effect on those homes that we get to address as a part of the pilot. This directly lowers their bills, and this has a downward pressure on congestion and therefore pricing at these targeted nodes. So the reason that we've chosen these specific communities is because of specific nodal congestion and high prices at those nodes. So by being able to apply this negative pressure on loading and specifically peak loading, this should, in theory, bring down the overall cost for everyone. This is something that if we get the opportunity to roll this out to more homes than in the pilot, this benefit compounds and it extends between nodes. And so there's this excellent flywheel that begins to happen here. And there are some non-energy benefits as well. There's a lot of data coming back through the Elastic platform that could be immensely useful for Pura or for the EDCs in terms of planning additional upgrades, planning preventative maintenance. And as well, one of the things that we pride ourselves on at Elastic is we make energy literacy much more approachable for the average person through the Elastic app. Very quickly, I'd like to talk about how we measure performance. And again, this comes down to basic metrics around shifted kW per home, how we are reducing peak loading on those nodes, as well as how we're managing costs, how we are reducing these costs both on the grid side as well as on the consumer side. And at the end of the day, there's also the soft scores. It's the net promoter score. It's how do the end users of Elastic and the end participants of the grid feel? Are they feeling more engaged, more involved? Do they feel more supported in reducing their bills and supporting their local grid? We can probably skip past this. The main gaps in the current programs mostly are limited to OEM specificity and ability to distribute to any different home type based on the types of DERs in those homes. Again, this is why Elastic exists, to be entirely OEM agnostic and to be deployable to every site. Our mission statement as a company is to make every home grid interactive. That's why we exist. And post even phase 3, we truly believe that this has the potential to be a statewide program with a very low initial capex to roll out to these homes, and a truly low one fee brings everything in subscription fee to lower costs for everyone that is a participant of the grid. And at the end of the day, we're reducing CO2 emissions. Very quickly, key risks and mitigations. Enrollment is always going to be a key factor in this, and enrollment then gets us to how much shiftable load we have. These two are this is why Elastic exists, and this is kind of the key targets of our product platform. So those are kind of inherently handled. The equity shortfall, this is one of the things where we are paying very, very close attention to this in our design of this program. And this is, again, why we bring it back to one of our key metrics being the equity component. Specific asks, like the one thing that Elastic needs to be able to make this happen is HAN access. So this means approving access to the home area network on the smart meters so that we can get that real-time data. And now this last bit isn't in the slides, but I'd like to just bring up some notes from two others in the industry. So from Ben Laurald at Flip Energy, he says, the grid of the future must be resilient and affordable. Transactive energy is the framework that makes this possible, balancing supply and demand at the edge in real time. Elastic is uniquely positioned to deliver it with the technology and platform to turn any distributed device into an active market participant. And from Ryan Sholin, advocacy lead at Electricity Maps. He says, based on our experience curating, processing, and normalizing data from grid operators around the world over the past 9 years, Electricity Maps strongly recommends standardizing and automating the communication of demand response and flexibility signals. And that's truly the approach we're taking here at Elastic and the future that we see for the grid in Connecticut. Thank you, Michelle.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hilborn, for that presentation. Just stepping in for Chairman for a few minutes. We do have some questions from Pura staff. Tim, if you could start us off, please.
Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, Ben, for the presentation. Of
course.
Does your project require AMI and/or time of use rates in order for ratepayers to materially benefit?
It does require, at the very least, some amount of pricing arbitrage. So this could be TOU rates. This could be, although they are rare, this could be residential demand charges. At the end of the day, to materially make a dent on a consumer's bill, we have to have some sort of pricing arbitrage. Otherwise, we get into creating artificial incentives, which is how typical demand response is run.
So your targets, I believe you said, are New Haven, Hartford, and New London. Are you aware is there AMI or time of use rates available in particularly Eversource territories? What I'm wondering about.
We specifically focused on United Illuminating, specifically due to their prior adoption of the Kraken platform, and so we knew that they were already working with this type of technology, and so that's been our focus in looking at a pilot project.
Okay, and how many homes? I'm just not sure. I'm not sure on the timing of how this could work out, but I'm not sure that. I'm wondering if Hartford and New London would even be a possibility at this point. UI is a different territory. I'm wondering in terms of how many homes were you looking to do again?
We were looking to do 500.
Okay. Do you have any idea if you'd be able to do 500 homes in UI territory with continuing with your focus on the LMI households?
Yeah. This is something where again, it kind of comes back to if there's a willingness to support from UI to help identify those homes, that greatly accelerates the process. Otherwise, step number one in being able to do this would be to work with these community support partners to identify those homes. And so there's a little bit of work with an external party outside of Elastic, whether we get to work with UI and Eversource or if we have to go it alone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly. I'd like to understand node a little bit better. Does node associate with like a certain number of homes?
Yeah, so when we're talking about locational marginal pricing, it's a geographic and topological boundary of the grid. So this is thinking about if you have one set of feeders and a substation that supplies a certain number of homes on the grid, it's those homes that contribute towards the aggregate congestion and therefore the pricing, like the live pricing at that node. And so it is there is a real physical boundary.
I'm just wondering, generally speaking, in the territories, there are the 3 towns you were talking about. Can you associate a number with a node, a number of homes with a node?
Yes, I'd have to go back and look at our specific breakdown, but the reason that we chose those communities was based on their LMP loading and pricing variability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was these homes and communities were mapped to specific nodes.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Regarding your program's inclusion of EVs, some EVs already may be included in a program that could cause trepidation among stakeholders about their inclusion in a different program. Have you discussed this with the EDCs?
This we haven't brought this up with EDCs. It comes down to does the benefit end up being higher to the end consumer? I do believe that if we were to find homes that are already enrolled in another program, that those would be, for lack of a better word, backburnered. We would prefer to find 500 homes that are not currently participating in any program. But if there were some overlap, this would require communication with the EDCs around how would they like that asset to participate. Whether they want to continue to be enrolled in their existing program, or if they would like to see the effect, essentially an A/B test of they have some homes that are participating in their existing program and some homes that would participate in the Elastic program. Although this is not something that we've raised with the EDCs yet, because this would be an edge case that in general we would like to avoid. We'd prefer to focus on homes that are not currently participating in any program.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
That is it for questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. White. Molly, Charles, if you have any questions, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just one additional question. So I think you mentioned you were looking to recruit 500 households to participate. Do you anticipate any challenges recruiting enough participants who have the right devices installed? And if so, do you have a number of participants that would be necessary in order to effectively evaluate how the pilot goes?
Yeah, our threshold is 100 homes, and that's typically what we size for pilots. 100 homes starts to give us a view into the network effects of this and how these homes and these sites can affect the grid at large. Below that, it starts to become a little bit too sparse. We don't, given the just given the number of homes in these territories, we don't think that there will be a significant issue in finding 500. And again, this kind of comes down to how Elastic works, because Elastic is a site level controller that can find and reach kind of any connectable device on site. We're not just limiting homes that, for example, have a Tesla Powerwall or specifically a Nest thermostat. Because we have this broad applicability across OEMs and device types, being able to find homes that are enrollable at all is not going to be an issue when we're looking at a cap of roughly 500.
Okay, thanks for that response, and that's all from me.
Of course.
Okay, one follow-up from Michelle Daigle.
Hi, thanks. Just a follow-up on the A/B testing that you just mentioned. So if it's the case where there are homes that are participating in other programs, and you would be required to do some type of an A/B test for the EDCs after that would be ironed out, approximately how much longer would that extend your program? Would you still be able to complete your pilot within the 18 months, or are we looking at an extended timeline?
Nope, that would be entirely within the same time frame. Given the range between 100 homes being the minimum and 500, which we would like to cap it at. Let's say, for example, that we got 100 homes that are already participating in some EDC program. Because we have visibility into how those homes are operating, we can it's addressable within exactly the same timeline, given that we can deploy the energy router to those homes and actually see how those devices are responding to an external program. All that it changes would be the metrics around our dispatch. So it would simply just show up in the reporting around, look, we enrolled 500 homes, but we actually left 100 homes participant in an existing program. And so we had to derate our dispatch expectations. But we have that useful, that very useful baseline of how do homes under existing programs versus the Elastic program show up, participate, and continue to participate long term. It won't add any timeline to the project. It simply derates the total dispatch amount.
So then, in that situation, would your pilot still have actionable data in those situations?
Absolutely. again, this comes back down to we would deploy the energy router to those homes, even those homes where we don't intend to affect the dispatch because they're already enrolled in some Eversource or UI program. But the energy router still gets to look at and log what's happening with those DERs. And so it gets to bring in that site level data, which we can all look at and compare and contrast.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very welcome.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's it for our questions at this time. So I want to thank you for your presentation and for addressing our questions.
Of course. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move into our next presentation from GridWrap. Good afternoon, sir. Would you like us to control your presentation, or would you like to share your screen?
I can do presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys. Should I start or wait for 10:15, 1:15?
Oh, no, please, if you're prepared, I think we can begin. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dawood Zamani, CEO and co-founder of GridWrap. At GridWrap, we are creating a resilient future by unleashing the potential of grid infrastructures. We are based in San Diego, California, and we are a women-owned startup providing innovative grid resiliency solutions that help utility address the extreme weather, wildfire, aging of grid infrastructures. And in this graph at the bottom, I am showing the traction of our company. We have received a grant from California Commission, from Department of Energy. We have worked with the national lab, universities in California, and also with many programs to work with utilities all across the globe. We have been trusted by 66 utilities throughout the US, Europe, Canada, and Latin America, and also have some of our major customers for our solutions that we have developed. Today in Connecticut, the grid challenges are affordability, reliability, resiliency, and sustainability. Extreme weather. I'm not going to go so much detail of this slide, but I'm going to just very briefly, high level explain what are the challenges that utilities they have in not only US, in Connecticut also. Extreme weather, hardening resiliency, pole safety, and also structural reliability, coordination, asset management, and also cost of the renovation and rebuilding of a grid infrastructure. At GridWrap, we have a proprietary composite system that we have developed that extends the life of utility poles and increasing the resiliency against the extreme environments. It is around 1/10 of a cost of a pole replacement. We are actually 90% lower cost than a pole replacement for our solution. We have developed a couple of products specifically for wood poles. We have a DemiWrap. It is a very fast curing system, eco-friendly. Activation happens by water, and we apply it on wood poles, and it has enhancing the structural integrity of the poles. It's shielding against moisture and decay, rotting, providing fire resistant. It is engineered for harsh environments, and also it is very budget-friendly protection, and also very simple and fast application, long during application. For our solution, we have worked with Enel in Italy, and we are exceeding their global infrastructure standards. We have a meeting exceeding the ENA pole fire criteria for wood poles. We can triple the load capacity of the wood poles. I mean, we can make the pole 3 times stronger. And also for durability, we have tested the National Institute of Aviation Research, and we got excellent results. And also we have a field proven as a grid hardening solution with many utilities like Excel Energy, PG&E, Elia in Belgium, Hydro-Quebec in Montreal. I'm going to show you some of very high level, what are the benefits of our solution. And this is actually 3-point bending test, that what we did with the test in our lab. And what we did is that we broke the pole, we tested and we broke the pole completely. And then we applied our wrap and we broke the pole again. This is a very extreme situation to show that how strong is our system, how our system is making the utility poles stronger. This is our lab at San Diego State University that we have utility poles. We put under the loading and we broke it. Last year we broke around 200 poles. It is only one example. We have around a couple of hundred poles we tested, and also a couple of utilities, like in very big utilities, they have done their own internal testing in their own facilities also. And these are the poles that after the testing we wrap it and we broke it again. And here I want to show you example of the pole. This graph showing the load strength of the pole versus displacement. And the red line showing the wood only, the wood that we broke the pole. And the blue line is showing the wood pole that we have strength by our wrap system. And this is also, we have done a testing for wildfire mitigation and wildfire simulation. Typically, if you have a wildfire, you will have a couple of minutes of a very heat flux coming through the pole. And then you will have a 5 minutes, couple of minutes of a flame around the pole, and then fire moves, and then you will have a wind after that. This test that we did at the Western Fire Center was simulation of a fire. And for this testing that we did in this lab, there are 3 criteria: excellent performance, fair performance, and poor performance. And our wrap actually performance was excellent, and we were told that this acting as a fire protection system. This is the same system that, as I showed in the previous slide, you can make the pole much stronger. It has also inherently fire resistivity inside of that. And also, on top of this lab testing, we have done a testing in the field. Typically, utilities in Texas, Colorado, Minnesota, they do a fire bush testing. They kind of we did all in those 3 different locations with the fire testing, and they evaluated, and the performance was excellent for fire protection. And here I'm going to show you some of the field applications of the poles. For example, this pole has been damaged by woodpecker, and typically woodpecker is the bird that it's kind of nesting on the wood, and especially wood poles, and it causes damage. And by applying our solution, we applied, it was maybe 10 minutes application, but we restored 100% of the strength of the pole. It's like a brand new pole around the existing poles. This is another pole that we work with in Florida. And this pole is not damaged, but these guys in Florida, they have so much, tornado and also lots of rain. And always the deterioration of the pole happen in the ground level, a little bit below the ground level. And we applied to increase the load capacity, strength of the pole, and also to make protect the pole for further decaying and elongate the life of the poles. This is another pole that we have done in Imperial Irrigation District in Southern California. Pole has been damaged, aged pole. And we applied a couple of feet below the ground, 5 feet above the ground, and showing the application before and after on the poles. And this is another case study with Hydro-Quebec. And in this pole, we did in Montreal. And as you can see in the top left, there is a small woodpecker damage. Typically, if you have woodpecker damage, you have to go and come back and replace the pole. It was going to cost them around $20,000. And actually, I was told that it's going to take around a couple of days work for their lineman for replacing the pole and put a new pole. With our solution in the right, it took only 23 minutes for application. And instead of paying a $20,000, it cost them only $2,000, $1,800 for the field application. And they didn't shut off their operation. They could continue the operations of on the grid lines. Here in this, I have a competitive advantage comparing our pole replacement with the RDMI wrap or bore wrap solution. We have a 0 interruption operation. You can continue operating of your grid. Application time there is a couple of minutes, couple of hours compared to a couple of days. We are also adding 30 years life expectancy on the asset. You don't need to get a permit because you are using the solution on the existing infrastructure. And also, you don't need the heavy duty equipment like crane. You have to take it to the field. You have to close the street and you have to remove the pole, put the new pole. And also another benefit of our solution is that our price is the 1/10 of the cost of a pole replacement. In US, in average, the cost of a pole is around $20,000 per pole. With our solution, you can do the $2,000 per pole, even less than that. And on top of that, it's a very fast solution, reliable, safe for the crew, and also with no interruption on the operations. And in this slide, I have a core benefit of our solution. The important one is the increase in resiliency and extreme weather hardening. And this one is part of a CapEx. We, as a cost classification, we work with the one firm to identify what part of our solution are a CapEx, what part of it is a OpEx. This is in the part of a CapEx. For emergency response, if you have a car accident or storm resilience, you want to recover your grid, you can use it. It will be a OpEx. For wildfire mitigation, it's a CapEx. For aging infrastructures, you can use as a CapEx. Upclassing the pole is that, you have utility poles. It has been designed with some load capacity. And if you apply our solution, you can make your pole much, much stronger, durable for the tornadoes, other, extra loads. And also woodpecker damage restoration. And this is another application for our solution. And for sustainability and energy justice, we are lowering the electricity cost because we are reducing the maintenance cost, building and rebuilding of the grid infrastructure. We are restoring structure indicated utility poles as a permanent solution, improving reliability, resiliency, and public safety. And also, when you have a wildfire, typically in California, other locations, same as in Connecticut, that frontline communities are the prone for wildfires. And by mitigating wildfires, making the poles resilient, make it much stronger, we are serving these communities also. On top of that, we are providing the solution. We are not doing applications. We work workforce development or manufacturing with the tribal in California and also other locations. We can do the same thing in Connecticut. We can work with those for a high-skilled workforce developments. This is pretty much my slide, but I am here, please, ask me any question you have.
Thank you. And
You're welcome.
And we do have a few questions. So we're going to start with Molly Charles on behalf of Pure staff, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
So I'm just wondering, how does GridRat plan to assess the impact of this project on events that might occur at a very low frequency, like wildfires or vehicle collisions, where you might not see many instances within the pilot project timeframe?
That's correct. For wildfire mitigation, for car accident, yes, you are right. For car accident, going to be a couple of car accidents. But, as I mentioned in my slide, you can look for different applications. And, by applying our solution, maybe, yes, you're going to have maybe a couple of poles for a car accident. But for wildfire mitigation, when you have a wildfire zone that you have a prone for wildfire, it will be a kind of some area. And in our application, we propose 250 poles that I believe that, it will be a much, much less than, in wildfire region, you will have more than that kind of a number of the poles. But on top of that, you can look for the restoring age of your infrastructures, making the pole resilient for extreme weather hardening, and many other benefits.
Thank you. And then related to that, have you been able to quantify how much this solution strengthens poles against extreme weather events?
Yes, I have it here very briefly explained. What we did is that in this test, we broke the wood pole and we wrapped the pole and we broke it again, this test. And if you have an extreme situation, it's gonna break the pole, okay? And then we wrapped it here. And as you can see here, the pole itself failing around 30,000 pound load capacity, okay? And we wrapped the broken pole and we went up around almost 100,000 pound load capacity. Okay, it means that if you wrap your existing poles, and we have also engineering platform that we can put the wind 150 miles per hour, all of those parameters, and we can do a design basically based on that. But this experimental data showing that wrapping your pole, that if this is damaged pole, it has been broken. If you even wrapped undamaged pole, you're gonna have much lower, much higher load capacity. And when you have a higher load capacity, it means the pole is much stronger, and you have a wind or tornado, it's gonna stay there.
Thank you. So this is testing similar circumstances that you might see in a hurricane or heavy rainfall.
Yeah, extra load. When you apply the load, it's gonna break the pole. We did simulate that, and also, there are other testing like utilities. They do cantilever testing. They put the pole in other end, apply the load in the other end. We have tested also with the utilities, and it's the same thing. We can design it actually, our load capacity. Okay, you have a pole has been designed for this much load. You can increase the load based on the wind, other parameters in the nature. And for 150 miles per hour is the maximum wind, speed that we can design basically based on that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And wind can be static load or dynamic load. We did this as a static load, but other utilities they have done is dynamic loading also.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That is all of my questions. I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think a few additional questions from Pure staff. Tim White, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to be clear on what you were just discussing because we're talking about load in the electric grid. You're talking about wind and pressure against poles
Exactly.
in a
Yeah.
Connecticut context. Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Your proposal mentioned collaboration with UConn, the Center for Advanced Engineering Infrastructure
Yes.
and Structures Laboratory. Is this a proof of concept that we're talking about more than have you had experience in the field in terms of 150-mile-an-hour winds not taking down poles because they had grid wrap on them?
We are, as I mentioned, we are at early stage of our commercialization. We have
Okay.
deployed our solution all across the world, not only US, other places. But you know, the reason we proposed to UConn is that we have done lots of tests in our lab. It is not proof of concept for us, but I believe if we are going to work with the Eversource or UI, still they want to do a testing in house, and that's we propose to have a testing at the at the UConn. First, we were thinking maybe we could bring people to use SDSU in San Diego, but I realized okay, this stuff having the here we can do it over there. But the idea is that we can show the utilities over there because utilities at the end of the day they have to be confident to let us apply our wrap on their real poles also. And that was the whole idea that we proposed to have a UConn. But application in the field, we have applied in the real field, and we have done some polls in the Florida, New Orleans, in California, other locations. But so far, I haven't heard any kind of a damage happen that our pole didn't stay. Because if there is a kind of a failure, they would call me right away. And our solution has been in the field almost 2 years. We are at early stage of our commercialization, as I mentioned in my slide here also.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm just trying to understand this conceptually, and I may just be missing it. In terms of the product, the visuals that you have here, the photos that you shared.
Yes.
Fighting wildfire.
Yes.
I can understand that. I feel like that can make sense to me. But what you're talking about, wind.
Yes.
Being more wind resistant, and also your proposal mentions fewer deaths.
Yep.
Conceptually, I'm just trying to understand that. Could you put that into some sort of layman's terms?
Absolutely. Couple of things. First is that, when you have a pole standing on the ground, if you have a high wind situation, it's going to apply the load and you're going to have a momentum. And momentum is going to cause, you're going to have a failure at the ground level, maybe 2 feet above the ground level. Okay. That's the reason that if you wrap the pole in that region, you're going to make the pole much, much stronger. Okay. That's one thing. Second, about, sorry, what was the question?
You said there'd be fewer car deaths.
Yes,
fewer
car accident.
fatalities.
Yes, car accident. With car accident, we are in the conversation with Avangrid. It's kind of a parent of a UI, and there are a couple of utilities in East Coast and also in LA, like Southern California Edison. And one of the challenges that utility they have is that, for example, there is one utility in California, and they have a kind of a death in their whole territory, 1 per person per year. But if they add a pole car accident, it becomes 14 per year. Okay, and our solution is that when you wrap the pole, okay, you are protecting the pole from car accident, and also our system has an impact, absorber, and when you hit the car to the pole, this wrap is going to absorb some of the impact, and it will prevent further shock to the driver. And by doing that, you can reduce the shock to the driver, and you can have a less injury. That was the reason we mentioned in our application, because when I was talking to Avangrid guys, one of the challenges was car accident, other was a wildfire, and also aging infrastructure. These are the challenges. And for car accident also, you can look for 2 aspects. One is that you can wrap the pole in the area that you have so much accidents, prevent a failure of the pole, causing power outage and also that injury for the people. And also you can look for that, the area that you have a car accident, it's middle of the night, you have a drunk driver hitting the pole, and you have to send the crew over there to restore electricity. They can apply it as emergency response, wrap the pole, and then you can operate and come back and replace the pole in a couple of weeks or couple of months.
Okay.
I hope I could clarify, Tim.
Yeah, no, thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. And I think it's my last question. I'm just curious about if you've had any conversations with the EDCs about woodpeckers. You'd mentioned that that's a concern. Is that a serious concern in Connecticut? I'm
I
not
don't.
sure.
I don't think so. It is not concern for. When I was talking to EDCs in Connecticut, the major concern they have it for car accident, safety of the
Yeah.
drivers, public safety. Second was aging of grid infrastructure, because I think you guys have around 1 million poles, okay? And if you have a 1 million poles in Connecticut, and majority of them are aged, and if you want to go replace all of the pole, it's going to cost you guys $20,000 per pole, and also you need lots of a workforce for replacement of the pole. At least this can be mitigate and extend the life of the pole for another 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. You can go and address the age poles in long term, and that's actually very benefit for the ratepayers in Connecticut for the safety, and also wildfire mitigation. Wildfire can be because of two reasons. One is that pole can break, cause wildfire. The one that we had in Texas last year, that it burned around 1 million acre. That was only because one broken pole broke and caused wildfire in some remote area. It can be on that aspect that you wrap the pole, you make the pole much stronger, and also the wrap itself is a fire resistant. This is actually two-side benefit to you utilities in you have some remote areas. But woodpecker, I didn't hear that this is a concern for you guys in utilities in the Connecticut.
Okay.
As I mentioned, this is a tool in the toolbox for utilities. They have many major problem, and this can be one of the tools in the field they can utilize. Maybe not for woodpecker, but it can be for wildfire, public safety, car accident, edge infrastructure, or if you have a hurricane area that you are okay. This area we have a thunderstorm or storm problem. We are worried about this section. We can go and wrap the section, and we can make it stronger for the storm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Zamani. That's it for me, Chair.
Of course. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of our questions that we have right now. So I want to thank you, Mr. Zamani, for your presentation, for addressing our questions.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too. Is the presentation team available from Edge Zero?
Yes, ma'am. We are here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great for someone that's midweek and about neck deep in work. So thank you for asking.
Great. Would you like us to control your slides, or would you like to share your screen?
No, ma'am. It's okay. I can share if that's okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. Let me make sure that we're good to go. Share. All right. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
All right. So I want to first of all thank both the commission and the IES team for everything today. We feel very fortunate to be a part of a group that was, I guess, nominated to be a part of this project and this program. And really kudos to the commission itself, because I live here in the state of Texas. I am trying like hell to get our state to think more innovatively with the challenges that we face. So the fact that the state of Connecticut is offering such a program is really, kind of a step ahead of a lot of other states. And I can say that with a lot of confidence. What I plan to do over the course of the next 20 minutes here is to really spend some time talking a little bit about our team, why we're here, what we do, and then really dive into exactly what we have proposed as a part of the IES, and really hope to try to answer some questions during the presentation. I think probably are still kind of embedded amongst the staff and team here, because we want to make sure we cover all the bases, and I understand that there'll be some opportunity after the fact of any written questions. So, our company was really born about a decade ago in Australia, right? And it was born out of pure necessity. As many of you probably know or are aware, the country itself of Australia, which is, about, a 16th the size of the state of Texas, with about a third, or 30th, I guess, the size of, population of California, actually has more solar than probably anywhere else in the world. 1 in every 3 homes on average has solar on the rooftop. And what that did was creating a lot of issues on the distribution side of the grid. Everything from voltage to reverse power flows, failing of transformers at an exponential rate. And so, right, we were born out of that. And so what this team here that you see, myself included as the Chief Revenue Officer, as well as our head of strategy and partnerships and marketing, are really taking our lessons learned from Australia and bringing it into the US and the North American market, because we do really feel strongly that Australia is kind of sending us a little bit of a postcard from the future, and we need to get ahead of that. And so let's talk a little bit about that. NREL was the one that really, I think, we've kind of played on over the last probably 12 to 18 months, because, right, as a startup, and I think a lot of my colleagues on this call can attest to, and I've been in a startup more than I would care to admit to over the years, is that it's really tough to build out a new technology in a new market. With things like IES, that really helps kind of expedite that. But utilities will always be a tad bit skeptical, even a little bit cynical on something that, even though it's proven elsewhere, it still needs to be proven here. And so we kind of really resonated with the NREL report from last year, kind of in the spring, where NREL came out and said, look, we've got a lot of transformers in the US. 80% of that transformer fleet is nearing its end of life. And the demand for transformers is only going to increase in some ways, like 160 to 180%. And by the way, if you ever go to a conference like a Distributech or a Tech Advantage, quite honestly, there is an enormously long waiting list to get access to transformers. And so with that said, we understand, hey, look, we've got to get ahead of this, right? We are really damaging transformers in ways that they weren't designed. And by the way, they're reaching end of life. You couple that with the thing that we understand the EDCs in Connecticut go through, regulators and the team here that they're really trying to balance out all of these competing priorities, the fact we have aging infrastructure and supply chain strains. And really, honestly, from a regulatory standpoint, right, and I see this in other states, it's like, hey, we have to maintain the affordability aspect for all of our ratepayers, right? And one could make the argument that prudency of keeping the grid reliable and resilient can almost run counter to the affordability equation. We don't think so, right? We think that there's technology, including ours, that can provide a good cost benefit that allows the grid to be more resilient and more stable, more reliable, and not break the bank and be on the backs of the ratepayers and the respective municipals and utilities, et cetera, across not only here in the US, but across the globe. So what we have is a hardware and software solution, right? And we're deployed in over 7 countries. We're collecting, over 500 million data points per day. And what this is doing is really allowing utilities to get better visibility in kind of that blind spot. And what we've identified as a blind spot is that area between AMI that has been around for forever, it feels like, that is collecting usage data and giving you 15-minute interval at the end of day, maybe if you're a little lucky, a little bit sooner than that, and the substation, which is usually SCADA data that is real time. But in between is a blind spot for utilities. They don't know what's happening on that feeder. And so our sensing technology is allowing utilities across the globe to really get a better idea to what's going on, from everything from loading to impacts of distributed energy resources. Now, as I mentioned, we started in Australia. We're there in over 7 of the 11 DSOs there, which DSOs are really kind of the wires carriers, if you will. They like to call it network over there. I'm still not used to that. But that's what we do in providing that real-time visibility. The use cases for this, right, is really kind of goes across multiple verticals or one could say silos within a given utility, right? There's the operations side of the house where there's the fault detection and being able to do some preventative maintenance. There's the planning side of it, right, where we're starting to identify some of those assets, those transformers that actually are probably nearing end of life, and the strain on them can allow that, groups like, United Illuminating and Eversource to really prepare ahead of time, look at the inventory that they have, get their planning together and their work orders properly set up so that they can do this during working hours and not during overtime where, field crews are at, kind of strained. From an interconnection standpoint, and we're seeing this quite a bit in Australia and starting to work on some of the use cases here in the US, is like streamlining the interconnection process, right? Being able to go from like weeks and months to days, right? And because we're actually understanding in real time what any impact of any EV or solar or battery can have on a localized area within the distribution footprint. And looking ahead really opens the door, and I'll talk a little bit about this at the end as we look at the scaling and even reference some of the projects that are being proposed by some of my fellow startups here, is that dynamic operating envelope, right? So we're now not having to do a one size fits all against a utility footprint, but saying, hey, on this given street, at this given level, I need some relief. Let me take whatever assets are under control and provide said relief. We've done this all over the place. Like I said, we started in Australia. We're working here in the United States, and I'll highlight one of those here. And I do want to point out that it's taken about 18 months for us to really get a little bit of wind in our sails, if I'm being fully honest. And we're starting to see that now with the fact that we're now working on 2 projects with 2 of the national labs at Oak Ridge and soon to be with Pacific Northwest. And we have a couple other utilities that are in testing right now with Duke and Southern and Dominion and Detroit Edison, where they're wanting to start kind of figuring out, all right, this seems pretty cool. Let me see how I might be able to use it. The thing that I want to focus on this particular piece is that when we dive into what we proposed in the project here for IES, there are a lot of different opportunities for either OpEx savings or a potential to take CapEx that was going to be spent in one fashion and move it into a different area, right? I won't say defer, but it frees it up, right? And so with all of our utilities thus far, there's been some combination of avoided, infrastructure costs, OpEx savings. And then the one at the bottom, I'm going to take a little bit deeper dive into that before we hop into the project, because it's talking about what we did up in Vermont, just your neighbors there, a couple states over to your north, around an 85 sensor program that we did there. And what we did is, so Vermont had a problem, right? Their problem was very specific. They had remote areas of their footprint. Even though they have AMI, they had remote areas of their footprint. And those of you that are familiar with the great state of Vermont, Lake Champlain there, but separates them from New York. There's about 3 or 4 little islands right there. And so they deployed 45 sensors initially to better understand really what's going on there, because there's limited visibility on that. And more importantly, understand the impacts that they were seeing, because they had a lot of their members in those islands that were already reaching out to them about interconnection requests for like level 2 chargers or solar or battery. And so they really wanted to get a better feel and get their finger on the pulse of what would happen when members start to deploy these assets. But more importantly, better understand from a planning perspective, like, okay, do I have the right size transformer to be able to help my members with their needs? And so when you have a 10 or 15 kVA can that's serving 5 homes, and all 5 homes want to have a level 2 charger, probably not a good idea. And so, so we deployed 45 units there. Within the first 9 months, they were able to identify enough issues that avoided truck rolls that they could solve for in the operations center, that the project paid for itself, right? Just based on what the cost of truck roll would be, both during working hours and overtime. And they were using their calculation to show that, the project paid for itself. They have since rolled out, another 40 units, and right now we're scoping out with them, like, what's the plan as far as like, long-term, what do they want to do? Because they have roughly about, I think it's 24,000 transformers across their footprint. So how many of those do they really want to roll out? When we talk about pilots and projects, proof of concept, however you want to frame it, I think it's important the way that we've started, and I'll even go back to my previous life and working in kind of the distributed energy resource management space, or DERMS for short, that it's really important to think about the end in mind. What are we trying to solve for? Right. And I think this is just a subset of a lot of the different things that we can do and help with, everything from just, what I've mentioned earlier around the transformer asset life and being able to better understand, like, hey, we might need to change this out in the next couple of months. But even working on things like EV managed charging, where we're working, with groups like the EV.energies and the Weave Grids of the world, right, to be able to better help those systems optimize around the assets that they control at a localized area, right? The one that we don't really talk about a lot, that's not actually on here, is around harmonic distortion that happens with C&I customers. and the impact that it can have on C&I customers that have like devices in their shops or on their facilities that are really, really sensitive to power quality, and which can cause, lines to go down and therefore lost production. So we're starting to get a lot more insight, or I should say inbound requests from utilities and even C&I customers, oil and gas, et cetera, to better understand like what's really going on the power that's coming into my site. For the demonstration project, what we propose is working with the EDCs here to deploy roughly about 625, of our devices across the footprint, and really look at a lot of different things, right? Like, with DER siting and dispatching, life cycle, the impacts, right? What we really loved was the idea, and what we proposed is really starting with the EJC communities, right? And when we looked at it, and even in some of the sidebar conversations that we were fortunate to have when we were able to join the IES team up in New Haven earlier this year, was really looking at, this overlap between the poor performing circuits that I know both United and United Illuminating and Eversource, they know where their poor performing circuits are. But let's take that list and overlap it with the EJCs, and those will be our target areas, right? This is where we would dispatch first, right? So we can look at what's going on there and see if there's issues that can be identified more quickly and in a proactive way that allows both for, corrective actions to be taken so there's no loss in power, but also to open the door for more opportunity for DER penetration in those more disadvantaged areas. As we think about long-term, what that looks like, right? And I think it's very important that, and I'll highlight kind of what we're doing with Dominion Energy right now, is that when you think about the scalability of this, I wouldn't sit here and tell you that you've got to put one monitor on every transformer throughout the state of Connecticut. I think that's overkill. I'll be the first to admit that. There's got to be a good ratio. And what typically we have found is that it's usually like one sensor for every 3 transformers in very urban areas. As you move into more of the remote areas, it goes to like 1 in 5, 1 in 7. But what we have done and what we've built for like I said, for Dominion, and we're working on some other utilities, is kind of this transformer matrix that takes into account asset performance, operational impacts. And that could mean like, hey, we really can't put one on this transformer because honestly, it runs through somebody's backyard and they're never home. It could be a problem. Fine, we'll move to the next one. Customer behaviors and customer programs, and then also customer demographics. So really just kind of prioritize list and then slowly move those out. The beauty part about this is that the way the sensors are designed, they are very small and they're very easy to install. A line crew can usually install this in inside of 30 minutes. In fact, the cowboys and cowgirls there in Vermont, they've got it down to about 20 minutes. And we would even go so far, and I know it hasn't been asked, but I will interject this, is that in the event that the line crews at the EDCs are overwhelmed with other priorities right now, we are more than happy to work with the EDCs to go with their approved vendors, because we want to make sure that the jobs and the work stays local to the area of Connecticut, right? We don't want to bring any outside, workforce in. We want to keep it local. So I think that's an important piece. So we would be willing to work with the EDCs to make sure that, hey, what's your approved vendors list on line workers that we can go and have them do the install should their line crews be really kind of stretched thin. How we measure success, right? It's about the avoided transformer replacements and truck rolls. We typically see that once we are deployed, we're reducing truck rolls in anywhere between 30 and 35%. That's real OpEx savings right there, right out of the gate, right? It's also around looking at, what is the cost per monitor versus the avoided cost of upgrading, right? If I need to, we've seen this with an example in Australia where, they were going to need to upgrade a large transformer to serve an electrified bus depot that was being transitioned over outside of Sydney. And because we were able to provide enough data into their kind of modeling, they were able to understand that, hey, I only need about half the size transformer, saving me about $4 million in costs. So that, that goes back to the ratepayer, right? As far as what that's concerned. It's really also looking at these distressed areas. What can we do? How much more can we open the door to those areas in order to ensure that, they can look at EV and they can look at solar and and battery without stressing the system, and better understanding if there are changes that need to be made, what should those changes be? Just kind of to close out here, I think looking beyond the demonstration, I think, right, the fact that they're modular and have the easy install, I think is one of our core tenets here. It's a fantastic way to really deploy quickly and sit inside of that 18-month window that, is part of this project. The fact that on the back end, the way that our data, which is pulled back every minute, has an API associated with it. So we can work not only with existing systems at the EDC side, right? So I know, with an ADMS or a DERMS or a VPP, but I'll be honest, like even just listening at some of the presentations today, and probably some that I'll stay on and listen to, are ways that we can also down the road pull our data into their systems that allow them to be a little smarter, a little better, a little faster, however you want to put it. So having that flexibility really just, I think, is another core tenet to that. And really, at the end of the day, it's not a stranded asset. So even as AMI potentially gets deployed, throughout the footprint or upgraded, we still sit there as a complement to and not a competitor of, that. And it's a 15-year asset. So once it's there, it's there. So, I'll kind of close out by saying, I like to say with our team that, what we do is that we sense what others can't, we monitor what others don't, and we alert what others, need to know. So that's kind of what we do. And I appreciate the time that was given, and happy to entertain some questions.
Thank you so much. I think we do have a couple of questions we'd like to lead with right now. Molly Charles, on behalf of Pure staff, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely.
So my first question, apologies if I missed this while you were speaking, but I think your application noted that if an EDC partnership wasn't formalized, that the project could pivot instead to a Pathway 1 project. Is there any update on that, whether EDC partnership has been secured?
Great question. I know both during and kind of post the on-site workshop or meeting in, what was it, May of this year? My months all run together, April, May timeframe. We had some really good conversations with Avangrid that had progressed. I think it felt like, I won't speak for them, but it felt like there was a desire to potentially figure out a way by which to work together. We've tried on multiple occasions to work and reach out to Eversource, not just in Connecticut, but also in the sister state of Massachusetts. Have not made any headway there, quite frankly. And it's nothing personal. I know that all these utilities have such competing priorities and being pulled in multiple directions. And that's been the way with a lot of the utilities that we're just now starting to work with in other parts of the US, is that this has been a 12, 18-month conversation that we've been having. So back to your question, like we don't have anything formalized, but we would absolutely, we'll work with any or all, right?
Okay, thank you. And then on sort of evaluating project metrics, how do you plan to establish baseline data in order to evaluate the impact of the project? For example, I think one of the metric was megawatts of DERs interconnected as a result of the project. So how will you be able to tell what is additional because of this project?
It's a great question. I think really it's a function of we kind of take a snapshot of where we are today, right? And before the first unit is deployed, what does that look like? And honestly, I would even dare say is that looking at what the forecasted, kind of penetration rate of these assets would look like without us there, right? And that kind of serve as that baseline. And then we begin to look at like, how much more are we able to get there? And I think I'll be the first to admit, Molly, that, a lot of the projections that any of us make, there's sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And so I think, right, if we need to kind of huddle up both with staff and with the EDCs to say, okay, this is how we're measuring success. This is the benchmark, and then we'll judge it from there. Okay, let's get pen to paper and make it happen.
Thank you. And then one more question, and maybe this goes back to EDC collaboration, but would the information that's enabled by this project eventually be integrated into hosting capacity maps or otherwise made available to customers looking to?
Absolutely. You know what?
DERs?
I wrote it. I'm so glad you asked that again, because I actually was sitting here looking at the fact that you had asked a similar question earlier to one of the other groups here. Short answer is yes. We actually are working now on a couple of different versions of a user interface, Molly, that would allow a developer to quickly go in and identify the feeders that, hey, there's no constraint, hey, there's a capacity constraint, or just as equally as important, there's a voltage constraint, right? And so, right, and what would be feeding that is the sensor data that's coming in every minute into that map. So it makes it dynamic. It's not something that every 30 days or every quarter, or every week even, right? You have to go back and kind of retool. This is something that is a living, breathing organism, for the lack of a better word, that is really taking into account what's going on and being able to do that. So I think where we would probably want to look at that, because I know I will speak only on what the utilities here in Texas have a huge problem with, is that they don't want that data readily available to anybody, so therefore you can't get it. I know that in states like Connecticut and elsewhere, it could be readily available. But back to your question, yes, I mean, that is exactly what we're working on. Both in Australia, we already have that, where you can go in and put Molly at 123 Main Street. I want to put a 5 kW system in, and it's pulling the transformer data from around that and going, yeah, Molly, you can put a 5 kW in, but if you go to 7, we're still going to cap you at 5 because we can't allow any more export than that, right? So there's that dynamic feature to it.
That's helpful. Thank you. And that is all the questions from me.
Thank you. I think we have a few additional questions from Pura staff. Tim White, please.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So your project budget is about $1 million for 600 sensors.
Yes.
If you were working based on what you just said a minute ago about your contacts with UI and Eversource, is this something that you would be able to? Is this a project you could do all 600 sensors in UI territory, or maybe you gave might have given a half that number, 300, 294, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim, I love the question. I think, first, yes, we can work it in all in one footprint. We can spread it out. And honestly, like if there are some budgetary pressure or budgetary considerations that need to be made, we can take a subset of that, right? We don't, and I think we showed in the modeling, just kind of how we could do that. But like, if we need to, take some subset of the proposed number, I mean, then let's go figure out, like, let's go just identify 10 feeders, 20 feeders, right? Like there's ways by which we can kind of start even kind of smaller and then scale up from there over the course of time as the project, proves its benefits. But yeah, I mean, we're very flexible on that. It is definitely not a one size fits all.
So in terms of, thank you for that. In terms of, I believe the number you said was 294 sensors would be half the project. What would be the number of sensors you would need to come to a good conclusion on moving forward, getting sufficient data to see if it's working on our grid?
I think, what I would say, Tim, on that is it would be very specific. Typically, I'll give you an example of only way I can kind of talk about the deployments that we're working on with another utility, where they're going to take one substation and 40 sensors. And that's going to be that's going to be kind of their first kind of deployment here in the next, quarter. The next phase of that is going to be 10 substations and 400 devices. And then, phase 2 is like 100 substations, 4,000. And then we're working through the scale of like that 1 in 3 to 1 in 5. So, so that's kind of how they're doing that. And we're working through them on how to, make sure that we're hitting, we're measuring the right cost benefits along those phases. But I think, right, we could choose, a couple of EJCs, a couple of, like I said, we overlaid EJC with force performing circuits. And let's just see, like, if there's 5 or if there's 50, like whatever that number is, we would then work with the EDC to look at their GIS map. And if we saw, Tim, and this is typically how we do this, if we look at the GIS, and let's just say in a given one substation, there are 50 transformers. we would look at that and say, okay, just based on the power flow and where we could triangulate where faults were being located and being able to more effectively roll trucks, we would put them on these 20 transformers. And that might be an iterative process. The EDC may come back and say, well, we want to put 5 more here. Fine. But that's really kind of how that process works from a planning perspective, is like, let's look at the GIS. Let's look at the critical circuits. Let's look at the areas where you have problems, or in the case of like the EJCs, like where they are. And then let's look at the GIS and figure out like what's the right amount to go into that. Does that help?
I think it does. What I'm hearing you say is, let's just say you had a budget for, you had mentioned 200, your proposal mentions 294 sensors.
Yeah.
In discussion with just say UI, you could end up spending less money than that actually, based on the discussion that says, well, actually it's these 153 that really make the most sense. Maybe there's another 20 here.
Yes.
284 we might use, but not right now. Let's test this first.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, I think maybe just to flip the script a little bit, and we're probably saying the same thing. It's like, if UI came back and said, hey guys, like we got a budget of 500K on this, right? That's also including our install costs. Okay, well, tell us what your install costs are, so we kind of know that. So now we know what we got to play with. All right, now let's look at the GIS. Let's look at the poor performing circuits and EJCs. Here's how we'll deploy it. Right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great question.
And one last question. I'm hoping that this is a relatively simple one. It sounds like most of your work, based on what you were saying, you said you don't want to outsource the workforce to other states or anything like that. Keep it local.
Yes, sir.
But I think most of the work is being done either by the EDCs or their contractors. Would it be possible to sort of incorporate any sort of job shadowing? Have you ever had that discussion with anybody? And if it's entirely up to the EDCs, that's fine. I just thought I would ask the question if you've ever had that discussion with.
It's a wonderful question. I think we don't have, holistically speaking, a step back. It's a great question, because like we don't have enough folks, younger folks coming up, right, in this kind of electrical distribution and line working space to really fill the gap that's soon to come. So it's a great question. The answer is simple. It really is up to the EDC.
Okay.
Honestly, if they passed the baton off to us and said, use one of our vendors that that's in our approved vendors list to do the work, then we could certainly ask the question of that vendor, like, hey, would you job shadow? It would still be up to them.
Sure.
But we would be open to that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Chair, that's it for me.
Thank you. And I think 1 or 2 more questions from Michelle Daigle for Pure Stock, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation.
Hey, no
I just
worries.
have
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, I just have one question. You mentioned that there's several potential risks that might be associated with your project application, particularly regarding integrating your edge sensor data into the utility platforms. And so I'd like to see if you could give us a little bit more information on how you've addressed these risks in other jurisdictions and other locations, how that might impact your timeline, and how you foresee coordinating or mitigating these risks specifically with either of the EDCs here in Connecticut.
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, there absolutely can be some risk. I think I would tell you, and the EDCs would probably privately say the same thing. This could turn into one big IT project, without question, that could go on forever. We try to avoid that first and foremost because there is a user interface that comes with this. So in the absence of being able to integrate to their systems, we have a standalone UI that allows them to see, all of the transformers that we're monitoring. If we want to overlay their GIS data into it, we can. That's a one-time file upload that we can do, so we know the feeders and the phasing of the feeders and such, so you can actually, visually see, kind of the matrix, if you will. But we've come across where it needs to be on-prem versus off-prem, or basically not on Amazon Web Services, got to be inside our forest. That's fine. We work with it. We do have a very pretty, nimble architecture, but knowing that takes time on any of those integrations, that's okay. because the standalone is there. For the operator, at least in the interim, Michelle, it does kind of create that swivel chair approach, because right now they've got one screen that has our data on it and one screen that may have their ADMS or their DERMS or whatever the case may be. And that's okay. That's real. Most of our customers, especially in Australia, are pulling that data into an existing system like the Schneider ADMS. So they're viewing our data through an already existing system, because operators are creatures of habit. They like logging into the same thing every day. So if we encounter that, it's not a big deal, because it doesn't prevent the installs and it doesn't prevent access to the data. So even if an integration, hey, they come back and say, look, it's so deprioritized, it's 24 months out, that's okay. We still can run the project. That's not a big deal.
Okay. Okay.
Does that
Thank
help?
you. Yes, that helps. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes our questions that we have at this time, and we will follow up in writing with any additional questions. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Awesome. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. All right, let's move on in our agenda to our next presentation team from Energy Cloud. And if I could welcome the Energy Cloud team to the virtual stage, please.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Would you like us to control your slides, or would you like to?
I'll share them.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very much for having us. Appreciate it. Just a little background on our company, Energy Cloud. We're focused completely on the built environment and making buildings efficient, sustainable, and healthy. I've won some awards for our work, including an Edison Award to best clean tech company, things like that. But we're really focused on these two global problems, which is air quality emissions and pandemic mitigation. There's a lot of tie-in between all those, as well as electrical rates and reducing building emissions. So we have two main solutions, both of which are in the proposal to mitigate those problems. One is our Hummingbird, which is focused specifically on the HVAC energy measures. And then the G-Meter in our Energy Cloud AI is focused on getting rid of the rest of the energy waste in the buildings in real time. So I believe that, our proposals in alignment with the Connecticut's C and L and M goals, driving energy savings. We're going to dive into more detail, so I'll hold off on that specific part. But I also want to make a point with respect to reducing emissions and negative impact on climate. Not only are we directly reducing emissions by reducing energy use, but our technology also has the ability literally to break down emissions, including methane, VOC, ozone, carbon monoxide, NOx, et cetera. And we'll go into more detail as well. Increasing energy affordability, the energy rates, I think in Connecticut was the second largest increase last year in energy rates. And, we want to mitigate that for the ratepayers and believe we have some really cost-effective measures to do that. And then the goal of increasing productivity and local workforce. So we work with local contractors, HVAC, electrical, plumbing contractors. So, all of those would be hired locally, as well as we plan to open a local office as well. From a cost-effective perspective, our typical average ROI is a 2-year ROI. So it's very cost-effective depending on any of the energy measures. There's some slight variation depending on the building and the HVAC unit and things like that, but that's our typical ROI, and we've gotten down to, in some cases, even 10-month ROI. It's equitable to 26% of what we proposed is all going to be deployed at Derby Public Schools, which is a distressed municipality. And we actually have a video directly from the school. They're really looking forward to participating, and we'll share that in a moment. And then our program has a flexible budget, so we really want to stress that. We budgeted $3.9 million based on doing school district, hospital, manufacturing, and a city municipality. But we can scale that down if there are budget constraints that we need to. I think we can definitely still cover all the building types that we want with scaling it down to 2 million. It's just going to be a direct, it'll be that much less different units and different buildings that we cover, but we can still effectively prove out the energy measures. And that's what our main goal would be, is to show the energy savings of all these measures and how we could deploy them across all building types. Even though we're focused on non-res right now, they're applicable to residential as well. All of the work will be third-party evaluated by UConn and doing the EM&V work. And I have Dr. Zhang on. If he can unmute, he can kind of share his perspective real quick.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm driving, so I cannot share my camera. But my name is Liang. I'm a professor of electrical and computer engineering at UConn. I'm also the director of the UConn Southern New England Industrial Training Assessment Center, which is a program funded by the Department of Energy aimed at providing comprehensive energy efficiency assessments to industrial facilities in the Southern New England area. Our team has been performing such assessments since July 2022, and we've done over 60 of such projects in the region, including over 40 in Connecticut. And we have a group of students, both undergraduate and graduate, working on this, and we have a really good partnership with both Eversource and UI to serve a wide range of clients in this area. So as John mentioned, our role in this project is to do third-party verifications, and our team are quite qualified with our faculty staff involved to do such job. And this fits the mission of this UConn ITAC also perfectly. Thank you. That's all my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Appreciate it. And so part of what we're deploying, our G meter system measures energy in detail. We'll go into in some of the slides, but every single aspect of the system will be completely measured in detail. And that data can be available during the whole project as well, not just at the end, but during it. And it'll be available to Pura. And of course, UConn is going to be doing the third-party EM and MV. But everything will be able to be validated, and we'll probably be measuring prior to any retrofit. So I ideally like to measure for a full month in a facility, but depending on the facility or their time constraints, we could do, a week or 2 weeks before. Either way, we'll always be benchmarking before we do the retrofit. So. I was mentioning that we have not only Derby Schools, several different customers already wanting to deploy our technology. So obviously that shows that the market wants this type of technology for energy saving and improving their buildings. With respect to Derby Public Schools, they've already approved it by their Board of Education. And again, they are a distressed municipality. So they, definitely qualify for the community goals aspects of the PURE program. Here's a quick, just short video that they prepared as well.
I can't.
Our schools, particularly in managing HVAC systems, while also improving the health.
I'm sorry, you can't hear it?
I can hear it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And comfort of our classrooms. Our Board of Education has already approved the use of this technology contingent on grant funding, allowing us to implement quickly if awarded. As a distressed municipality, this initiative supports the state's goal of equitable community-based allocation of resources and ensures that Derby students benefit from high-performance learning environments. Beyond the cost savings, this project creates a powerful educational opportunity by giving students and teachers access to live energy data, connecting classroom lessons to real-world sustainability and technology. Partnering with Energy Cloud will help us save money, improve indoor air quality, advance equity, and inspire the next generation of problem solvers. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I appreciate it that they put that video together. I mean, it shows that they're very eager to get this, and there's additional ROIs that we can show on improving air quality in schools, a huge study on 500 schools that showed that students could go up a whole grade letter. A C student could become a B student could become an A with better air quality, which is part of what the system does. But with respect to, we have additional customers. So Yale New Haven Hospital has given us a letter of commitment that they would like to participate if we get the grant. RugPad USA manufacturer there in Connecticut. And, we can expand it further depending on what the budget is. We're potentially going to bring in another municipality. But point is, we can definitely deliver the project in the time constraints that Pura wants. We've got the customers ready to go on day one if we are awarded the grant. Our strategic approach is very data-driven. Every product we have collects data. So we want to detect the problem, cure the problem, and then continue to monitor that environment to make sure that it stays efficient or healthy, which in my experience, neither which will happen if you don't have sustained measurement. And we've got lots of examples that we can show about that from our work. And with respect to our AI, we're really focused on this huge, in the iceberg model, if you will, data that's actually at the customer premise. So, most of the stuff we see with AI is all LLM data that's publicly based information. Ours is actually working with that customer's environment, and we can find energy waste in real time. Our platform also measures everything just for perspective. It measures energy, water, gas, air quality, environmental variables, etc. On the energy management side, it goes down to the breaker level, so it's very granular, and it measures it typically on a commercial install. We're usually doing every 15 seconds. So that's, most systems are doing an hour or 15 minutes. To put that in perspective, that's 60 times more data than a 15-minute level system. And that gives us a true energy signature of what's going on in the building. It's a completely different thing than just a kWh graph of how much power did you use. It's how is that equipment operating when it's operating. And then when we adding in our AI, that's how we're really able to drill in and find energy waste that you wouldn't otherwise find. And the system has lots of different features that are not necessarily in most systems, but we have not only kWh graphs, of course, but we've got demand and peak amp reports, where peak amp reports are important if you have power factor differences to truly see what's going on in the building from a critical infrastructure standpoint. For instance, the largest hospital on the Big Island in Hawaii used this to help them understand their critical infrastructure better. And it's a life and death situation with respect to hospitals. I think that's why Yale New Haven Hospital is interested in it as well. All the energy measures we're really focused on here really are the HVAC, and HVAC, as you probably already know, uses the most energy in a building, typically 35 to 50%. And so, it's a worthy area to focus on what's using the most energy in a building. From an air quality perspective, we spend 90% of our time indoors now, and yet the pollution levels are 2 to 5 times greater indoors than outdoors. That's a quote from the EPA. But when I was building our air quality monitor, I realized how true that really is. And, we've had all kinds of indoor air quality issues, which are from VOCs or volatile organic compounds that are off-gassing from our manufactured goods. You've got outdoor air quality issues that can become indoor as they get sucked in from the air conditioning unit. And then of course, after hindsight from a pandemic, we now know that it was an indoor transmission issue. Tested our system at 2 years at USC Keck School of Medicine. I know that it was being spread through the HVAC systems, and you have to mitigate something like that at the HVAC level. So our system, our Hummingbird system, is patented around these 3 core areas: indoor air quality, monitoring, air purification, and HVAC AI, which is the energy side of it. We have very sophisticated air quality monitors that measure 18 different levels of air quality. And you can actually rate the air quality of a building with our system, scan a QR code, and see that air quality. And from an energy perspective, what's real important is this view where we're sampling every 30 seconds, every single sensor. And that gives you a view that HVAC people don't even normally ever see, which is how well is that ventilation doing against all the air targets that they've got. So there's more than just CO2 targets that we need to be looking at if we want to make our buildings healthy. And so, how the ventilation is and the air purification is doing against particulates versus CO2 versus VOCs, et cetera, are very different. And so this is an important tool in understanding and optimizing the HVAC to get rid of energy waste. On the air purification side, our system addresses all the different issues that you would find. And so, for instance, you hear of a HEPA filter, but a HEPA filter, for instance, doesn't neutralize the virus. Our system actually neutralizes COVID-19 instantly. Our system breaks down VOCs and formaldehyde, ozone. Those can all just go right through a HEPA filter. Our system actually breaks them down. So we're truly improving the health of the buildings. And like I mentioned, we tested it for 2 years at USC's Keck School of Medicine. We did industrial doses, and we tested at a higher level than I would put against any product in the world. We tested with 2,000 CFM, which is your typical CFM per 5 ton of air conditioning. And we actually tested with a 3,000 times infectious dose. So we literally aerosolized enough COVID to infect 3,000 people, because we're focused on large buildings and we wanted to prove we can handle it. And our system's immediately able to neutralize that level of COVID-19. And I've had a medical, it's one of the largest healthcare companies in the country, said, John, you convinced me after seeing the report, which has been peer reviewed, that you probably deactivate any virus. And we also did Beta, Delta, Omicron, and all the variants as well. So very effective at mitigating against future pandemics, as well as breaking down these VOCs that are in our buildings, mitigating fire and smoke that can come into the building. The bottom example shows it a system breaking down fumes coming off a gas stove, and which we don't realize. I'm not necessarily for mandating anyone get rid of their gas stove, but it puts out an enormous amount of VOCs into your environment, your kitchen, and your family room at night. And this example shows how effective our system is breaking it down to a healthy level in just an hour. So it's very effective at that. On the third leg of it, which is really focused more on the energy side, our HVAC AI is like an EKG monitor for your HVAC system. So it's monitoring everything, not just temp and humidity, but static pressure, refrigerant pressure, and even refrigerant temperatures as well. So all of those give you a true picture of what's going on with that system. If you've got 2 or more air conditioning units on a building, they're very likely you're going to have some energy waste. It's 65% in commercial buildings. Only 65% of HVAC units in commercial buildings are running at their intended efficiency, even if you bought an efficient unit. And it's even worse on residential. It's only 57%. So this can find all of that energy waste, and it's a huge tool for HVAC contractors to be able to remotely diagnose the HVAC unit. The Hummingbird FC is an intelligent fan controller. This we've seen internally, our testing showing 15% savings in the summer and 11% in the winter. So what's great about this is it's just passively saving that energy. You put it in, it sits behind the thermostat, so you don't have to change out any thermostat, but it does compressor rest and intelligent fan control to get those energy savings. And so that's one of the energy measures that we want to include as part of the program. We have our Hummingbird deep fiber filters, which without naming a specific base, which I can't because of confidentiality, we did a test at an Air Force base, and we saw 2 to 3 times better performance of same MERV filter against a normal one, and we're seeing 2 to 3 times better performance. And that's partly because this is a special material that can absorb more particulates per square inch. And that gives us energy savings because there's less static pressure, and added huge benefit to the customers, which what they really want is you cut your filter cost in half. So if someone were changing filters out 4 times a year, now they only have to do it twice. That's filter cost savings, that's labor cost savings, and it's energy cost savings. So huge benefit there. And then we've got our Hummingbird coil coating. Before we made this part of our official product line, I was testing it as a third party because it's kind of what we were doing. We were hired to test this product at a large school district, and we saw 22 to 29% energy savings. This works, it attaches and creates a covalent bond with the fins, and it works through energy savings because it's doing a better heat transfer. And there's another part of the coating that goes on top of the air conditioner to reject heat, which allows them to operate at a better level. From a health perspective, it's an inorganic compound, so there no bacteria, mold, or mildew can grow on it. And it's improving the longevity of the HVAC systems. We've got the Navy putting this coating on brand new units before they even bring it to the building now. They like it so much. because it's definitely extending the life of the HVAC units. The technology energy savings summary, we're looking at potentially what we want to prove in this program is, what if we add these measures together? How big of energy savings can we get? All of them, I'm very confident, we're going to see these energy savings in all of these different energy measures. And even as standalone, each of those energy measures are worth it by themselves. But I think we're going to also see potentially 20 to 50% energy savings on the HVAC units by combining them. And that's what we would like to prove out and have UConn do that third-party validation where we can publish all of this findings afterwards. And all of the companies that we're talking to are okay with us publishing the findings, because that's the whole point. We want to say this is a program that we can run across the state and has proven energy results that's been third-party validated. Just as examples of our buildings we've worked with, we did Hilton's largest Hilton in the world on the Big Island. We found so much energy waste, it was a 1-year ROI. But we've done other large resorts. We've done the Benioff Medical Center. We have our system in Petco Park at the Padres Stadium protecting player areas. You see our largest hummingbirds on this dedicated DOAS unit, which is on a Chick-fil-A food production facility where they produce all the lemonade for the whole country. And we're purifying all that air before it even goes into the building, into the refrigerated areas in that particular instance. We've done Class A office space, industrial, shopping center, et cetera. Schools, Palm Spring Unified is a customer of ours. So that's, it in a summary. We're targeting the largest energy usage in the buildings. It's 100% chance of success with proven technology that is going to save energy. It's just, I think we'll find even more if we're able to combine these energy measures and get even greater energy savings. It's scalable for both residential and non-res, even though for the program, we're only suggesting to do non-res because it's going to be easier for us to go to a building and test more HVAC units. It'll just be a more efficient use of funds, I think, for proving out, but it's absolutely available for residential. And then it's going to be third-party validated by UConn, like we mentioned, and it's ready for statewide adoption. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I think we probably will have some questions, but I think we're going to pose them in writing to keep us on schedule here. I think the presentation addressed some of the questions we were anticipating for today. So I want to thank you for the presentation, for your time, and we'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so let's keep going here. We're going to invite the presentation team from Beacon Climate Innovations and PACE, please.
Yeah, thank you, Marissa. And I will share my screen in this case. And let's see, I want to share window versus screen. And here we go. Hopefully everybody can see that. All right. Okay, well, my name is Munir Azam, principal of Beacon Climate Innovations, and I'm pleased to be joined by our climate, one of our Beacon Climate's data specialists, Aidan Banerjee, and my colleague Mark Scully at PACE, People's Action for Clean Energy, which I know many of you are very familiar with. Many communities may not fully appreciate it yet, but they're on the front lines of climate change and the energy transition. Most are woefully unprepared to address the challenges and capitalize on the opportunity that this represents. So with Serum, our product, we are here to take on one of the most profound and significant challenges that they face, and that is the ability to effectively partner with the other key stakeholders in the process, and namely other municipalities, the state agencies, and utilities. I think it's worth mentioning that we learned at the most recent ISO New England Community Liaison quarterly meeting that was in Manchester, New Hampshire, it was reported that New England is close to the worst in the nation for utilizing distributed energy resources. So as things stand now, and regardless of the federal government's perspective, over half the country, including Connecticut and other New England states, have legally binding mandates to significantly decarbonize over the next 15 to 25 years. And electrification is the core of meeting the mandates. Yet most of the country's grid is old, creaky, and still under some Byzantine regulatory situations. And meanwhile, communities are facing increasing energy prices, particularly with the recent federal actions that limit energy supply, along with the threats to reliability, courtesy of more severe weather events and cyber attacks. So under this imperative, one would think that communities and the stakeholders would be more intensely collaborating. But that is usually not the case. We see that in Massachusetts, and we hear about it in Connecticut. Energy planning at the municipal and community level is generally pretty random, and decision-making is siloed. So a recent study by Rocky Mountain Institute indicates that every state with a mandate, including Connecticut, is well off the pace needed to meet their commitments. So close communication across all stakeholders is a critical element to have any chance of catching up. And by the way, DER studies from groups like Vibrant Clean Energy indicate that energy prices will stabilize, if not decline, and local economic opportunities can abound with widespread deployment of DERs. So, and we have heard this loud and clear from numerous state leaders, and including folks like Jessica LeClaire at the Sustainable Connecticut. And we'll make sure to upload her letter to the docket as well. So introducing CIRM, which is a purpose-built planning platform for municipalities, state agencies, and utilities to collaborate on. And we focus first on the local, at the local municipal level, building for them a powerful but simple to use, share, and integrate into the community decision-making process, a tool to do that. And so woven into this process is a thriving ecosystem that actually Beacon Climate has been cultivating for almost 5 years, originating at Greentown Labs, largest climate tech incubator in the country, but expanding across New England and even the rest of the country. So, but we'll touch upon that just a bit more on a later slide. But ultimately, all this, the idea is to inform state level planning, policy, and decision making from the bottom up. And really, we're talking about creating a common data-driven, trust-building language, across municipalities, state agencies, and utilities. The result being more effective engagement with those entities, driving the needed change to meet our commitments. Let's see. All right. So this is an example of CIRM in action, and this is demonstrating at the municipal level this simple yet powerful tool. It's assessing impact on energy, including peak levels at the grid, emissions, economic development, financial return on investments, and the like for all the primary sectors. Providing very simple to use scenario running techniques. This simple web-based tool can be shared actually throughout the community. So you can literally share it with individuals even if you wanted to, or committees or planning groups or selectmen. And then it can be used to do consensus building with, where each group has a holistic view of the data, start to converge and come up with something that is the scenario that you envision. So you could, publish it for that matter. And then from there, you can envision how each of these scenarios get loaded into something, a GIS map. You can, do any number of, you can apply this in any number of ways once you see and build upon what each of those municipalities are doing tailored to their own needs. And along the way, the communities are leveraging this ecosystem support. Here, towns, experts, solution providers, all with the intent to design a future that fits the goals of those communities while embedding it in the state level policy, so policy and planning. It's clear that as more municipalities participate in the CRM platform, the value of it increases to all the stakeholders. So it really is a truly bottoms-up planning resource that state agencies, what we've been hearing, have been craving. This is just a snapshot of the ecosystem as it's growing, and it comprises of stakeholders along with countless ecosystem partners that include technology firms, energy experts, and the solution providers, and CDFIs, community finance institutions, just to name a few. And this is what will keep CRM vibrant. In our proposal, we include a series of events that we're very familiar with doing, particularly out of Greentown Labs, that create that, really feed that flywheel, that go everything from launch events to planning parties and sharing experiences and bringing in, introducing technologies as they become applicable to it. Now, you might ask if there are other tools out there that does the same thing, and actually the answer is no. Most municipalities, those that are well off, can afford expensive climate action plans, and so those plans are often 10 years in horizon and are pretty static. We have a number of examples where we've seen that in action. Larger cities, well-resourced cities, are maybe investing in some of the more sophisticated tools that you might find from Schneider Electric or GE Vernova. In our case, we're really offering something that is very agile. So as Winston Churchill said, plans are useless and planning is everything. We have a dynamic tool that is very affordable. And in fact, over the course of the summer, it's getting even more affordable. And we're just so thrilled to have a really strong team and core partnerships and really an extensive network that we've assembled to tackle this problem. It really checks all the boxes. There's this diversity of perspectives, backgrounds, and skill sets that apply to it, but on top of it, and most importantly, with powerful origin stories that fuel this common mission of helping communities and the state agencies and the utilities collaborate more effectively. And in all this, I really want to shout out for PACE and this wonderful head start that they've given us in this effort. And you'll find this manifested in this some of the major milestones, and particularly right out of, actually even before the gate opens with the Cycle 3 program, is that they're rolling out their web-based municipal energy stats dashboard. And in that case, they're targeting November to release it, and we're cooperating with them, where it provides basic information about the municipality's present energy situation, and then with links to supportive resources, which would include the ecosystem I referenced. And this really sets the stage with a freemium version for a Serum model that provides more detailed interactive scenario running and shareable capabilities that I've mentioned before. And then for phase 2 program, we have a stepwise plan to onboard over 20 municipalities, engaging with at least 4 Connecticut organizations and both EDCs, all with the goal of building a foundation for a 2027 phase 3 launch. We've made significant progress on several fronts, from data curation methods to fundraising opportunities, to significantly reduce our budget from what was presented in the application. So from $2 million to $460,000, we're finding that we can actually build our model at a quarter of our anticipated costs based on this progress over the summer, with some help from AI. And we're quite confident that with an award at this level, we can bring forward $125K of outside investment to the effort. And just in closing, let me just go to this one. I don't want to belabor the project metrics at all that we have for phase 2, but only to say that Serum's very existence is really to support the effective use of metrics to help municipalities to go from reactive to proactive in their contribution and capitalization of the energy transition. And also, perhaps most importantly, is that part of our criteria has to be about embedding communities that really represent, it's centered on equity and social justice, and how we select and onboard communities will be integral to that. And in your questions, you ask about scaling, and our phase 3 goal is really to interact with every municipality into the planning map as described, engaging in this data-driven process to optimize locally, regionally, and statewide, and with this growing, thriving ecosystem, and really have established a financial model that is a blend of a low-cost subscription for the municipality after this is all proven, with a very a reasonable state agency contracts between the state agency and the investor utility, and even the prospect of a firewalled sponsorship for corporates to help with that. The metrics in phase 3 go from adoption and willingness to pay to savings, jobs, sort of very holistic set. I don't need to go through them all here. And then beyond that, this is happening, we have a plan, and some of this is already happening in parallel. In particular, some of our work with municipal light plants. We have assigned a contract with the American Public Power Association on their store to reach their 1,400 members with this tool across the country. And then using the critical mass with Connecticut leading the way to expand regionally, and then other states with mandates, and ultimately the whole country. So with that, I will stop the presentation and make available for questions.
Thank you so much. I think we do have a few questions and time for a few questions. So I'll open up to Pura staff, Tim White.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear on this, is your product intended to help with municipally owned facilities, residential, commercial, all of the above?
Yes, all of the above, every municipality. So it was built, this was the product was built very closely with a municipal utility because that represents our test kitchen in a way. But absolutely, we see a very clear path on how to do this with every single municipality, and we have some wonderful partnerships, PACE being first and foremost in Connecticut.
Thank you. How would you measure the benefits, and do you expect financial benefits to materialize during the pilot project?
So absolutely, our view is where the real benefits start to emerge is really around projects, and in part we're measuring those things that you start to see, whether it's projects or programs within the municipalities. As you start to really play with the model, those municipalities will become very aware of where there can be dramatic savings, whether it's in reduced rates or incentives at the community level with reduced demand charges. At the same time, and we're seeing this in some of the communities in Massachusetts, there's even elements, and we measure this, local workforce development and business development. So we sort of view this as a tool, if you're a municipality, as if akin to sort of helping like local farm stands and local breweries. You can do this with electrons, free electrons, in each case with distributed energy resources. And the more that they're coordinated, the higher value that gets returned to the community. And at the same time, you're saving money at the state level and at the utility level, avoiding costs of having to invest in distribution, transmission upgrades, deferring that type of thing. Tim, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Molly Charles, any questions for PR staff?
Yeah, just another couple quick questions. Thank you. So your proposed metrics seem to focus mainly on project readiness and integration of the tool into municipal decision-making processes, but correct me if I'm mistaken on that. So does the project plan to also track what projects are actually deployed as a result of this tool?
So that is that's a great question, Molly. And in fact, yes, there's an element to how that comes into play, particularly in looking at larger projects and sort of how the community can assess them in the context of holistically of what the community needs. An example, there's a couple of examples that we've seen. City of Taunton actually ran into a problem of deploying too much solar on their grid. They actually ultimately had to cut off 400 streets. And we've seen this in some other towns already in New England. It's more widespread in California with the duck curve. So our tool actually recognizes those types of issues and how to balance it. We're seeing this already with heat pumps as well. So if you approach things more holistically, trade-offs between, sort of EV charging, energy storage, demand management programs, those all come into play as we're looking, as the communities are looking at the trade-offs at adoption rates. And so the result is that you can take any given project, look at it from that high level concept, and really understand the value, and see that impact. See that, does this fit into the plan, rather than going down some of these I don't want to call them dead ends, but difficult ends getting too focused on one project or one technology and the other. Hopefully that answered your question, Molly.
Yeah, thank you. And then just one other question, wondering how much would success of this project depend on the availability of federal or any other incentives?
Very little, because it's state agency focused. We do build in, so the model is always getting updated with the latest incentives and the like, and sort of we do tie into, and so Aiden, who's our data specialist on the call, has tied into and looking at several resources that enable us to keep up to date with those. But in looking at the trade-offs between energy prices, federal incentives, state incentives, and the like, we see it as an important tool to the municipalities, regardless of even what those incentives might be. And the big value is we see it when it integrates at the state level.
Thank you. And that is all my questions. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. And I think we are at time. So if we have additional questions, we will certainly submit them in writing. But I want to thank you for the presentation and for everyone attending this afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move into our next presentation. We have Matcha Labs. So if I could invite that team to the virtual stage, please. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I appreciate your time late in the afternoon here. I believe I can share my screen if it works, if that's easiest.
Yes, please proceed.
Can you see my slides here?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone attending here. Happy to talk to you about Matcha. We're an EV charging technology company. We're based up in Boston, but I spent the first 18 years of my life in Wethersfield. So happy to continue to grow our business in the state. I'm a co-founder and head of product of Matcha. I'll spend the first couple of minutes just giving the audience a refresher on who we are and what we do, and then I'll jump specifically into our IES proposal and talk about the innovation we proposed as well as the deployment. Our company mission is to democratize access to charging for renters. Multifamily and apartments and renters has been and continues to be one of the most underserved segments in the EV charging market. So we're building products, services, and solutions that really fulfill that mission to help democratize access to EV charging for people who rent. We provide EV charging as a service for multifamily properties. What that means is we essentially have two products. In the one case, we actually build our own charge station management software. So we're a network software provider with our own operating system. We are also a charge point operator. So we provide a no-cost offering to buildings where we will go in and actually act as the third-party vendor-owned operator for a charging network at a multifamily building. As I said, we're based up here in Boston, and so we work pretty closely with the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center. To date, we've been awarded about $1.7 million in grants from Mass CEC, specifically focused on multifamily deployment and innovation. We currently have customers in Connecticut, Massachusetts, California, Georgia, and New York. And very relevant when I get to the proposed project, we have a big Connecticut pipeline. A lot has changed in the 3 or 6 months since we submitted, and we have a good amount of ready-to-go projects, I think, that'll accelerate the timeline. Our software is a qualified product approved by 15 utilities across 7 states. We are Open ADR 2.0B certified and participate in demand response programs and have full coverage of Connecticut, including working with both Eversource and United Illuminating. Matcha OS is essentially a full suite charge station management software. So we have apps and portals that really serve all of the stakeholders across an EV charger deployment. So you have a manager dashboard, which a third-party operator or a property owner or manager can access to view statistics, manage their network, manage things like pricing, energy management, opting into programs, customer management. We have a driver app, which is an app that drivers can use to access and authenticate chargers, opt into programs, make reservations, view billing history, update their account, and things like that. And then, of course, we have our utility portal, which we use to do our monthly interval reporting to utilities, manage demand response programs, and other load management and energy management. We are an OCPP certified software, so we work with any hardware that's OCPP certified. This is important as well when I talk about scalability. We often approach customers with recommended hardware, so we're selling them a complete solution, but we can actually retrofit onto existing infrastructure that's been installed, and we do a lot of rip and replace jobs. We can backward integrate into ChargePoint, which, as you know, is the largest deployed network right now, as well as offer a complete solution to customers. In terms of what we proposed for IES Cycle 3, I'll give you a really quick overview, and then we'll talk a bit about the technology and the deployment. The innovation we're proposing, we call Matcha Reserve Energy. It's a reservations-based managed charging feature that's a software-based feature. It's for multifamily properties. It enables both a reservation-based experience for people who live in apartments and share their chargers with other tenants. So we get a lot of leverage of, instead of installing a charger for every tenant in the building, we can serve 5 to 7 drivers with a single charger because they're able to more easily share that charger with reservations. And the innovation is we're actually combining the reservation experience and data we get with load shifting and managed charging. And that brings a couple key data points that are really missing from the managed charging experience right now, and I'll talk about that in a minute. The demonstration project we proposed was to deploy this new feature at 10 multifamily properties, roughly 5 chargers per property, so 50 chargers total. As I mentioned before, a ratio of about 5 to 7 drivers per charger, so serving up to 250 drivers, and we had proposed 50% of those properties be located in environmental justice communities. Like I mentioned earlier, we've been doing business in the state for the last 2 years. We have a sales team there, and we have a current install base, and we also have a large pipeline of projects that are currently somewhere in the incentive and construction process. The key thing there is, I'm sure everyone knows how long it takes to deploy new EV chargers. We only do level 2, by the way. But we have a current install base where we can actually activate this new feature quickly, right? We can deploy it to existing software. We can backwards integrate to existing hardware. And that really accelerates the deployment timeline as opposed to waiting a traditional 6 to 12 months to install new chargers. We had proposed a $985,000 budget to finish development, I should say. We've been working on it along the way here on the new feature, and then operate and measure these demonstration project sites for about a year to track metrics. Since then, as I mentioned, we've continued to work on the feature and deploy new sites. So we can achieve the same proposed scope with a 33% reduction in budget. So that would bring it somewhere under $700K. Before I transition to the technology, if you look here at this mock-up to the right, it'll help you kind of understand the experience. Imagine you're a renter at an apartment. You want to reserve a charger. You will get an upfront price. You will set your pickup time, and you can actually opt in to managed charging where you earn incentives. And what happens in the background is our software then manages when that energy is deployed to balance the peak avoidance and load shifting goals of utilities, the state, power grid stakeholders overall, and the driver experience, so that when they pick up their car at their scheduled reservation pickup time, it's ready. And so right now we've talked to a lot of drivers, and they often are reluctant to opt into current load shifting programs because they want their car charged when they pick it up. And most programs right now are missing key data points, such as when do you want your car, when do you want it ready, and how much power do you need? Simple, complex in the background, but real simple kind of twist and innovation on how it works right now is a driver might come home from work, park their car, make a reservation from 5 p.m. to pick up the next morning at 8 a.m. That's 15 hours the car is sitting there. They need 80 kilowatts of energy. We have a 48 amp, 11.5 kilowatt charger installed. That's only about 7 hours that that charger needs to be running. So the software will automatically throttle down during a high demand peak period, 5 to 9 p.m., throttle up overnight to deliver that expected load for the customer, throttle back down when it's reached its full capacity, and the driver's happy. They pick up their car with the expected energy. They've earned rewards and incentives, and the utility, the grid, everyone else is happy because we've avoided that demand and load at the peak period. So really what this solves is how do we serve more tenants with less infrastructure and capital, reduce the impact to Connecticut ratepayers, and maintain a high level of driver and property owner satisfaction. And really this innovation achieves that in a couple different dimensions aligned to each stakeholder in the process. We can reduce the number of chargers that you need to deploy at a building. So that goes back to just the reservations experience alone. As I mentioned, if you can serve 5 to 7 drivers with a single charger, you don't need to put in 5 to 7 chargers per driver. The utility avoids overbuilding. It's about $15,000 per charger to put in a level 2 charger. As you know, the state and utilities spend a lot of money to build out that infrastructure. Serve more drivers with less infrastructure. Reduces peak demand, as I mentioned with the load shifting algorithm. Utilities and ratepayers would avoid the peak supply costs during a high demand period. And also the infrastructure build out all the way up the supply and distribution chain. New service, new transformers, new interconnections that would be needed to serve demand could be avoided by just being smarter about avoiding peak demand. Drivers love it because they can earn incentives and the convenience, and they pick up their car when they say they're going to pick it up with the expected energy. And building owners love it as well because, per usual, we give a profit share and we manage the process turnkey for them. In terms of deployment, the phase 3 pilot project we proposed, as mentioned before, was about 10 buildings, 5 chargers, 250 residents with that ratio, and about half of them at EJC communities. Importantly, we have an existing install base of a handful of buildings in the state where we can deploy that software feature almost immediately. They're already using our software right now. It's a feature release. We don't have to wait for a build out. We also have a pipeline of projects that are under construction and will probably be installed in Q1 2026. Those would also launch with the new feature as well. So we don't have to start from scratch and build out new projects. Post phase 3 scale, the way we really accelerate this is one, it's cloud-based hardware agnostic software. So we don't have to build out new hardware and infrastructure. As I mentioned, we do a lot of charge point replacements. We can backwards integrate into existing hardware for any OCPP hardware out there. Rip and replace projects are super quick and about 1/4 of the cost of new development. We have climate infrastructure financing backers. So as I mentioned before, we act as an operator and offer no cost offering for property owners, which cuts the sales and education and awareness cycle for a building owner who doesn't really want to be in the business of managing an EV charging business on property, cuts it down to about 60 to 90 days for them to opt in and say, great, fully outsourced, vendor-owned model, I'm in. So conservatively, with 10% of the renter households in multifamily buildings in Connecticut, we believe at scale we could serve up to 300,000 current and future EV multifamily residents with this project. The metrics that we'll measure throughout the project, one is the reduced infrastructure required, as I mentioned, avoiding the excess charger and wiring build out at buildings through the reservation feature. The cost avoidance through load shifting, right? Similar to traditional managed charging programs, if we can shift that charge to an overnight low demand period, there's real quantifiable cost savings there as well. Ratepayer savings, as I mentioned, drivers will earn incentives by opting into the reservation load shifting, so they can earn up to $50 per month, which we pass back to them for each session. And then the underserved building penetration. As I mentioned, 50% of our properties are at EJC communities and multifamily. And just to end, to make it real, here's one of our installed projects right now. We're working with Cushman and Wakefield at 4 buildings at Harbor Point in Stamford, Connecticut. 800 units total. We have 16 charger points. These have been in operation for over a year. These can be deployed immediately. We can deploy our software right away, and we don't have to wait for new build outs. The drivers right now, we have a ratio of about 3 to 5 drivers per charger at building, and it would be a great test bed to roll out this feature and get data pretty quickly on this project. Appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And I think we have time for 1, maybe 2 questions. I'm going to turn it over to Molly Charles with Pura staff, please.
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to make sure I understand. Could you clarify whether this solution would be currently eligible for the EV managed charging program?
It would, based on each utility that has their existing managed charging programs. That's where we would work with the utility to earn the incentives, which we would pass on to drivers. Similar to a connected solutions program, that's right. If you're referring, this question came up during the application process, the current managed charging multifamily pilot that's going on. I can speak to that too, but wasn't sure what you're asking.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so I read the white paper that was released about the current managed charging multifamily pilot, and this is I would call a complementary but different approach. In that program right now, they've chosen to take a third option, which is an independent app using telematics from the vehicle to get drivers or renters to opt into these programs and then measure it afterwards to determine if they shifted their load. I believe there's a lot of challenges with that approach. One, only about half the EVs on the road are telematics capable, right? You need to create an account, opt in, all that's becoming more common for sure. 2, you need to drive awareness and marketing to renters to download a separate third-party app that renters load into, and then they need to report on their incentives. And then the back-end utilities need to reconcile that data. Did a renter charge overnight instead of during the day, and how much money did they earn from that? It's the equivalent of a smart thermostat saying, like, we're not just going to turn up your temperature to manage your load. Instead, you're going to have a separate app with a sensor that reports back on the temperature of your building, and then we're going to try to figure out if you raised your temperature during that period. I think that's a challenging approach. So this would be a plan B, I would say, in a managed charging multifamily application.
Okay, thank you. And I can leave it at that since I think we're at time.
Thank you so much. And we will definitely follow up in writing with any further questions. So I want to thank you for your presentation, for being here today.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Talk soon.
Thank you. All right, and we'll move into our final presentation for the day from Aztec Engineers. If I could invite that presentation team to the virtual stage, please.
Am I here? Can I
Yes,
start?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not starting my video here. Hang on. Start my video. There we go. Okay. Can I take over the screen?
Yes, you should be able to.
Yep. All right. Hang on a second here. You're sharing your screen. Okay. Am I sharing the? Here,
yes, I can see.
This screen right here. Okay. Is it the? Okay.
I see your slides, the convection enhanced geothermal.
Very good. All right. All right. Thank you. I am Dean Zam with Aztec Engineers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present and go forward with these applications. What we what we propose to present is a little bit different than what many people have been proposing in that it's a mechanical solution. We're working on a mechanical solution to help with the current grid strain um, uh, and reduce the load on the grid. There's the current trend in building electrification, AI data centers, EVs. The growth of EVs will continue to put great strain on the grid. Uh, Electrification that is happening is not happening in the most efficient manner currently. I am with Aztec Engineers Inc. president. Sorry about that, of Aztec Engineers, and we've been an engineering firm in Connecticut for quite a while. We're doing a lot of projects where we see, it's typically the electrification is accomplished with air source heat pumps and then a decent amount of electric resistance heating, auxiliary heating, mostly in spots you can't get your air source heat pump to, and also for domestic hot water. We're currently working on a project where a big centralized domestic hot water heater, if it was a heat pump, would cost much, much more than a gas alternative. So convincing people to go that way with an air source domestic hot water heater is not easy. Geothermal heat pumps have had a long, the benefits of geothermal heating and cooling. Geothermal heat pumps have long been known, and they've been used, but the adoption by, the industry adoption has not been significant enough due to the difficulties and complications, mostly with the wells and the cost of the wells. So in designing several geothermal heat pump systems, we've come across an idea that we got patented and then built a test site for and tested it with very good results. And so it's a very simple application. This is a technology that basically increases the heat transfer with the ground. Most geothermal heat pump systems are closed loop vertical borehole systems. I mean, there's many other. I don't want to go into all geothermal systems right now, and the issue with those systems is the heat transfer of the ground is just conduction. They're just in the ground, and it depends how much groundwater. It's passive convection, maybe if groundwater passes by it. With the convection enhanced geothermal heat pump we are inducing groundwater flow around the geothermal well piping that is in the ground. And we do that pretty simply with just a common submersible pump that's used in many well water applications, but instead of pumping the groundwater out of the ground, it really just changes direction and moves it around. There's other, this basically takes a closed loop well and hopefully gives it the efficiency of an open loop well, which the open loop are very difficult to permit, water, etc. A lot of problems with that. So basically, like I said, it was patented. This is a sketch of it over here. The well, and one was actually built in the ground. We had a prototype basically built, and basically you have your submersible hump pump here. You have your geothermal well piping here, and this pump basically moves water from the bottom of the well up and redistributes it radially out the top. The prototype was built a few years ago, and what we did is we drilled the borehole. We put in your conventional closed loop system, which is just a pipe basically up and down. We pulled it out, and then we put in a CEGH assembly. And basically, we had to make this device to test it because there was nothing available on the market. So a lot of the work was constructing that device, and we basically ran the two systems. So not long apart from each other. So it's in the same well, the same groundwater situation. And here is an example of the CEGH well. There are several pipes put in. This is a center PVC dip tube, and down there at a couple 100 feet is a submersible pump below grade. So this custom the test assembly was constructed. We built the system and we ran it, and the results were that it took the return water on the CEGH, it took much longer for it to raise up. So it absorbed many more BTUs from the ground. The effect is that this will make basically one of our wells will replace 4 conventional wells. So if you have a proposed geothermal heat pump system, if you're doing a school or anything with a decent amount of tonnage, you're going to have to drill several, sometimes hundreds of boreholes. And this will cut that down by a factor of 4, reducing the cost, basically, of a geothermal heat pump system, improving its adoption and increasing that use, and helping with electrification of buildings. So the project we proposed, seeing as where we are, and the point is basically to build one. We did a prototype test, but that was attached to our test assembly. We didn't actually heat and cool a building with it. And we have been hearing over time, when people have asked, when we've been trying to advance this project, do you have a site that's actually installed and heating and cooling a building? So that's what our project we proposed for phase 3 for the phase 3 for this grant. So basically it's one site, it's in a environmental justice zone, and we're going to build the system and build the geothermal heat pump system for this site and run it. We are obviously going to measure temperature, etc., amperage usage, and compare it to conventional, sites, get an idea of what the reduction in energy and what the reduction in load would be. As far as measuring the metrics of this will be pretty easy. After we get it operating, we just measure them. It's probably the plan we had was they're going to take the full 18 months to basically build the project. So we would get it up and operating, then it'd be measuring after that for a little bit of time, monitoring. Most of the cost most of what we do will be in Connecticut, will be Connecticut based. So the economic benefit will be local. Only if we have to get something outside of Connecticut for this project, but it will be a little bit localized. Now, after phase 3, I think scaling this project will be pretty simple. The well itself is an assembly. It doesn't require a great deal of manufacturing. It's basically putting together a lot of already manufactured products and putting them in the well. So it would be a matter of getting a team together to provide the assembly. So after we do that, we think the benefits to the grid and the benefits to Connecticut will be significant as we expand the geothermal well market in the state and install more of our systems. We will reduce the energy used for heating and cooling buildings, for electrifying buildings, and we will replace a lot of the air source heat pumps with water source or geothermal heat pumps, more efficient options, especially in the middle of winter or in the middle of summer when they're using the most. So I think the benefits will be there. I think this will disrupt the market a bit because it will reduce the cost significantly for larger geothermal systems when you're reducing the number of wells. I think as after we scale, there's a great market out there, and what we see affected now, during the phase 3, we can't only remain in Connecticut, but the idea is for the company to stay in Connecticut as we scale up. So that's it. We're looking to install a system in the market here, and get one going so that then we can do, more, advance the product. So with that, that's it. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. And I think we do have a couple. So Tim White, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know you did an installation in 2018, 2019. You mentioned that during your presentation. Is this for this right here, is this a proof of concept?
I think the concept has been proved. It is applying it to a building, because that seems to be one of the stumbling blocks is, do you have an operating system? So this was run against a built test assembly to test the performance, so we could put in a known amount of BTU into both for a period of time, into a conventional well in the same spot and in the exact same borehole into a CEJ, into one of our assemblies. So, that was the only way to really test, is it going to improve the heat transfer with the ground? And we found that it did. So that was kind of test of concept. I don't think I would call this test of concept, maybe test of application. So in an actual application, I don't really see the issue, but I think people want to see that. They want to see a working model.
Okay.
Testers when we were going out and talking to people. So I would call this more a test of application.
Okay, thank you. Your application mentioned that the system needs to be operational with the data being collected for at least a year to gain an accurate picture.
Sure.
And it also mentioned the system will be operational toward the end of phase 3.
Yes. We have an 18-month deployment time frame, right? Limit to the time frame. And so we expect to use, one of the big concerns was, can this be done in 18 months? And I'm positive it can, but the construction part of it will take up most of those 18 months.
Okay. So the measurements would happen basically after phase 3.
Yeah, I think they would start in phase 3, but then they're going to have to continue. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't start measuring immediately. So.
Yeah, no, sure. That makes sense. And I think that is it for me, Chair.
Thank you. Let me just confirm no other questions from Pura staff. Think we're all set. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation and addressing the questions. If we have anything further, we will follow up in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, returning to our agenda, I do want to pause here for any public comment, and then we will go through next steps. So if you are a member of the public who would like to be heard on this matter, if you could please locate the raise hand function, which I believe is under the React tab at the bottom of the screen. If you cannot locate it, please just take yourself off mute and I can recognize you. Again, we'll pause here for any public comment. Okay. I am not seeing anyone who wants to register public comment. So we will briefly recap next steps before we adjourn. I do want to thank all of our presentation teams for participating in this process and for making your presentations today and addressing our initial questions. As an initial matter, as I've said a couple of times during today's technical meeting, if Pura staff have additional questions that we didn't get to today during the presentations, either because of time or we come up with additional questions after considering the presentations, then we would issue formal discovery questions, which is just a written question, will be labeled as an interrogatory. Those would be posted in the docket. And we do want to remind folks that that responses to those interrogatories have to be submitted back into the docket, and they are available for public consumption. So please keep that in mind. Additionally, just a I'm sorry, Ms. Lupley, is there a next slide? Sorry. There we go. Thank you. And so I believe this information is available in the docket calendar, but we did just want to pause and make sure that folks saw this. So we're giving ourselves a couple of weeks to make sure we've got all of our interrogatories, which are the written questions, compiled. If you are an applicant and receive those questions, we'll ask that you respond to them in writing, likely by October 28th. That will allow us to keep on track to issue a decision in this matter on December 17th. So on the December 17th date, PURA would be issuing a decision voted on by the commissioners that would formally authorize certain applicants to go forward and would include additional information about implementation. So with that, I believe we've reached the end of today's technical meeting. Again, I want to thank everyone for participating and ask that you please stay tuned to the docket for additional announcements and information. So thank you, and we are adjourned.